man. Looks kind of like you got something on your mind.
Well, Eddie boy, I'm thinking you may need to change the name of your place from Fast Eddie's to $5 Eddie's.
$5 Eddie? Man, why in the world would I call it $5 Eddie?
Well, I was in there the other day and bought myself the coldest beer I've ever had in my life, and I gave the guy $5. And then I went over and got some of those huge cold water peel and eat shrimps, and I gave her $5.
Well, I never really thought about that. There's a lot of $5 going on in there.
And then I went back up and got one of those huge Fast Eddie cheeseburgers, and I gave them $5 again.
Man, definitely has a ring to it. I think there's a lot of $5 going on.
Yeah, and I had about $100 worth of good time.
Well, that's good to hear, and it's easy to do with live music 7 days a week and a big old party going on that big, beautiful outdoor patio.
Well, like Mr. Shannon always says, if you're 21 and in the mood, head on over to Fast Eddie's Bon Air in Alton, Illinois, and maybe take a selfie on that old Harley Davidson of mine.
Who else has got a Cardinal Hall of Famer's Harley Davidson sitting out on the patios for some selfies?
Only Eddie boy.
What's this next exhibit? Oh, it's the monkeys.
Honey, I'm assuming you didn't check to see when mating season was?
Look at those monkeys over there. What are they doing?
Well, this is awkward.
Hey there, someone uncomfortable?
Hi. We don't need a tour guide, but thank you.
I'm Ron, the Wizard of Comfort. At Swiss Air Heating and Cooling, we can't help you with uncomfortable situations at the zoo, but we can make you comfortable.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You're welcome to get involved by texting in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646 and participating in our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, this Stiefel dossier is ready for you. It wants you to come beckoning.
All right, I got to go back to October to check out the email for the dossier.
Well, you and Jackson are sideways, and if you're sideways with Jackson, that means you're sideways with Martin, and that's bad for the room.
Okay, well, I'm just a little grumpy, and I'm not going to be much good to you today because I've got water in my ear, and I feel like half my head is underwater. It happened in the shower, and I can't get it out. I've tried hopping on one foot, didn't work.
What if I bang on that gong? Would that clear it out?
Maybe. I don't know. You ever have that happen? You get water in there and can't get it out? That's where I am. So I wouldn't expect to be much good to you.
So this was you were just taking a shower?
Yeah, this morning.
I haven't had it happen in the shower. I've had it happen in the pool. We had, I hope it doesn't come off as unrelatable, but we had above ground aluminum pools in my neighborhood.
Oh, did you? Like the feeding
Your dad would just dunk you in there to make sure you knew how to swim?
That's right. I'll get you a job, but first. That's right.
Sink or swim? You can use that, Timmy, when you're doing weekends in Little Rock. Sink or swim?
Did do weekends in Little Rock.
Well, I have a carport.
Correct.
Gosh, you had one of those too?
Oh, my God. Well,
you had a carport and an above-ground metal tank pool.
That's correct.
Really?
I know, it's unrelatable.
I'm surprised you're even working now.
I bet those attract the heat, though, those metal above ground.
They're really nice, especially when you and your buddies can get a whirlpool going. Oh, kids. Oh, kids. You can share your stories. Jackson will have to take your calls, though. Chairman Kurt is vacationing up in New England, Doug. He was taking the Red Sox and the Rangers. I don't know if that was yesterday. I don't know if that's today. I don't monitor the junior circuit.
Yeah. Senior circuit and junior circuit.
Nothing gets Doug going more, Martin, than that. It really bothers
And here are scores from the junior circuit. Stop it!
You probably said it at some point.
I never one time would say that. It means absolutely nothing.
Well, the National League is older.
Yes,
it's the senior circuit.
But this was 100 years ago or more ago.
Indeed.
Scores from the senior circuit. Stop it!
How about the fact sportscasting 50 years ago was a guy sitting there and behind him was just a graphic of all the scores.
Mm-hmm.
So in St. Louis, Missouri, they'd let you know. And right now, the Dodgers, they lead the Giants 4-3 in the third inning.
It wasn't just 50 years ago. I spent many years of my career giving scores every night. That was a big part of it. That made it very easy, too, because that would kill a minute or so. Here's the scores from the senior circuit. Here's the junior circuit.
I was an intern in Milwaukee, and the sports guy on a weekend goes, God, we got nothing. He said, we might just show tons of baseball highlights. And I said, from what? He goes, every game.
The rich Lord PP says, let's get this Friday going.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Jackson's wedding date says, good morning, Tim. But Jackson doesn't have a wedding date, so therefore that person does not exist. And he, most likely she, is a figment of our imagination in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL.
Well, it depends on the wedding. Sweet Kai's, no date. But I have a wedding at the end of the month I'm going to.
Oh, Bills?
It might as well be. And
is that in St. Louis?
Mm-hmm. Me and my girlfriend will be going to that one together.
Nice.
Oh. All right, now back to work.
Yeah, well, it depends on what wedding you're speaking of.
Your beard and mustache are coming in nicely.
Hey, thanks, Doug. I
Jackson,
shaved this morning,
yesterday
too.
on the podcast, we did QFTA, Tim McKernan Show podcast, and somebody brought up the beard and mustache, and you said that you weren't growing it. It was just laziness, but now you're saying you're growing it. It looks like you might have trimmed it, actually.
I trimmed it this morning.
Well, that's not laziness, then.
Right, so I've kind of embraced. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I got a little something here now. It's still, the problem is, Doug, is it's like light brown on the bottom neck region and the chin, and then right at the mustache and the face, it's white, which is just a brutal combination.
No, it's not bad. It's hard to pull it off when you got light-colored hair.
Yeah,
but it looks good.
Thank you, Doug. I really appreciate that. So, I'm going to keep it rolling. I was growing a playoff beard, of course, because my commitment to the club.
For the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Not shaving until Ant gets bounced.
For the Rockets. I had to stand up for Ime Udoka.
You had a tough Sunday night, then.
Yeah, real tough. So I shaved it, obviously, after the Rockets' defeat. But no, we're gonna keep it rolling. Thank you, Doug.
I would have found it embarrassing had I been a hockey player and everyone's growing a beard for the playoffs, and 3 weeks in, I got nothing still. Everyone else looks like Abe Lincoln. And I look back, I got nothing.
We can ask Joey when he comes on with us, but like if a guy has like a bad, like my neck grows a lot faster than my face.
Oh, God.
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of people like that. Can you like trim the playoff beard at all, or do you just have to let it grow how it naturally does? Because I would look bad.
You have a neck beard.
I do look bad. I would look real, like that would be awful. I'm curious what Joey has to say on that.
Well, he's going to be with us at 8:15, Doug. There's your Stiefel dossier. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, good morning to the most subpar part of my morning.
What in the world does that mean? Like everything else he does is better than listening to this?
But at 7 o'clock when we appear, he logs in and then shares that he's there to not enjoy it.
Okay. Well, then why would you log in every morning?
Fair question. Martin, do you have a master's thesis?
We're going to get to that in onboarding, I think, in June.
Master's thesis?
It's just called Hate Listening. Welcome aboard. I'd like to thank all the listeners, even the ones who come after me, pick on my boy Jackie.
Stephen Time, Kwame Voyukas IV, Harrison's brother, Master of Mr. Siders.
We got a Mount Rushmore going. But no, I appreciate everyone out there being a part of this show and keeping this engine rolling every day.
Gosh. How about that, Doug?
You're all welcome.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
You are welcome to participate in said program. Joey Vitale, 8:15.
Talking chickens?
Do you think he'll be back in the bird community?
It was a little wacky last week.
Is that right?
It got a little wacky. And we had a Game 6 that night.
That's right.
So God only knows what they will bring.
Tim, how is your colon holding up after eating 2 Legends Clubs in one sitting? That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, who is on Martin's Mount Rushmore of least friendly textures. Irritants. Well, I like that. That was nice. Good. You know, I didn't feel good mentally after eating 2 Legends Clubs from Legrand's, but I physically am fine. I just endured in more self-loathing than normal.
Okay, but you do not have the Texas red ass?
No, it was. I guess I've been going there since I was probably a year old. So I'm a seasoned veteran of what was Binder's, now Legrand's.
Okay.
It'd be a great day to walk over to Francis Park.
It would be.
Legrand's.
It's glorious conditions, Doug. How delightful is this forecast? Look at this. This is a Friday in St. Louis, Missouri, and we're looking out to the south, and it is beautiful. And it will be like in the low 70s today. California.
And no rain.
How do you do?
It was the last day we had no rain. It feels like it's been weeks, but it does look like it's going to be nice here for a while.
So no complaints. It's a no complaint Friday. Open phone line Friday. Call in. Jackson will take your calls. Were there any calls at all yesterday? I had to leave a little early.
Well, like that we took?
Yes.
No.
Well, what?
But
how many called in that we didn't take? Probably hundreds.
Nah.
Pestis from Festus seems to be kind of ever present on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Barge guy who started off on the show is Jackson's dad, but that confused us and the listeners because he wasn't Jackson.
Jeff Burkett may not have enjoyed it as much as we did.
Like there might have been some confusion there. And people are waiting for Sharon and Clayton to call in to give her perspective on the accusations that she's actually time-sharing in Clayton, and she's sideways with Arbor Day and the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. You have Mr. Lick sideways with the Orson Woods wacko, and some people are unhappy that Ray King and his wife are actually a 31-year-old, somewhat burly, bearded gentleman. So we've got a few dynamics going on as the Cardinals get ready to take on the Nationals tonight.
And as far as the timeshare thing goes, do people think less of you if you actually vacation in a timeshare?
Jackson,
I know people who really like their timeshares. You hear all sorts of nightmarish scenarios.
Isn't that Tanya Roberts doing commercials on brokered radio?
I don't think they use Tanya Roberts.
Lee
gig.
Majors.
Yes.
The Fall Guy, Martin?
Yeah, Bionic Man.
That's what you do towards the end of your Hollywood career, where you're once an A-list star, and there at the end you're selling timeshares.
I'm Lee Majors. Let's talk reverse mortgages. I was the trusted Fall Guy. Now I'd like to take some of that money out of your house and put it into your pocket. Enjoy it while you can. Why die and let your kids have it?
Tim, no one's waiting to hear from Sharon. That's from Sharon's Ladue pool boy. So even though he works for her, he doesn't want to hear from her on the program.
And he's based out of Ladue.
That's correct. Guys, the new Pope lived in St. Louis for 1 year back in 1978. That's from the 314. How about that, Doug? Fun fact for no one tell. I thought it was 2 years. A lot of conflicting information about Pope Leo XIV, but he was in St. Louis for at least a year, if not two. And contrary to what was initially reported, his brother did an interview yesterday and said he is not a Cubs fan. He is a White Sox fan.
Oh, really?
I like how that became bigger than the story. The Pope is from the U.S. It became online because the Cubs put up on their marquee, he's a Cubs fan.
Yep.
And then the brother in Chicago said, no, he's a Sox fan. And then the Sun-Times, did you see that, found a photo of the current Pope at the White Sox World Series against Houston.
Oh, wow.
They found a photo of him in the stands wearing White Sox gear.
Really?
So the Pope is from the U.S. of A. I had some Chicago friends text me, and they're not even good Catholics, and they were all excited. Got them fired up.
What was he doing in St. Louis?
As part of the St. Augustine Novitiate.
Nice.
And what is that?
It's on the way to priesthood.
So he was here to go to school or something?
Well, yeah. I mean, he was doing his priest work, Doug, on his way.
Okay.
Priest work.
Yeah. The St. Augustine Novitiate.
I don't know what that is.
Well, you're studying to be a priest.
Well, there was a high school here in St. Louis. I don't know if I know it predates me. I don't know when it was around, but called Augustinian Southside.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was around when I was a kid anyway.
But it's an order, right? The Augustinians.
Yes. The Jesuits, of course, considered to be the best. But then there are, others.
Oh, gosh.
What? What's wrong with
It's
that?
not elitist, so it's not an elitist operation
Most
of any
Jesuits,
kind.
Doug, when they become ordained, then they get a bumper sticker that says, "Suck it, Marinus." That's what it says on their bumper sticker.
Yeah, if you take a look at that.
terrible.
And then a 26.2 bumper sticker.
Seems a little hypocritical.
If you have a timeshare at Lake of the Ozarks, you probably are a proud owner of a split level in Cottleville. That's from Doug's Prison Wallet. Hold on, I want to try to follow this. It's like an ACT question. If you have a timeshare at Lake of the Ozarks, you probably are a proud owner of a split level in Cottleville.
You could have both.
No, they're saying you most likely do have both.
Okay.
I think people in Mexico with the timeshares enjoy it, get down to Cabo.
I have friends who have timeshares, 2 or 3 different locations, and just absolutely love it. Say it's the greatest deal they've ever had. But then you do hear the horror
You get
stories.
stuck or you get sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll take your timeshare calls.
Sergeant Major Rose has one. He is on the Callion Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Sergeant Major Rose.
Yeah, no, I don't have a timeshare.
Yeah, here Kabul is nice this time of year.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the Gulf of America is my timeshare.
Okay,
so.
there you go.
But real quick, I just wanted to tell you guys to wish your mothers a happy Mother's Day and kiss your wives and all those things that matter for this Sunday, because you guys definitely about all of your coverages in that regard. So, but yeah, I just my son is a TMA follower on Instagram and had the unfortunate, I guess, saw Jackson's public service announcement about Mother's Day.
Like unfortunate to be start that off.
And when he sent that to me, my son, all I could think of was Jay Randolph Jr. and how much I miss Foot Fetish Friday. So
hold on a second, Doug. I'm trying to connect the dots here, and I recognize you have longtime TMA listeners, and then you have new friends of the program. And Jay Randolph Jr., the late, great Jennings Randolph Jr., when he would fill in, Martin, he would celebrate with us what he called Foot Fetish Friday. And ladies from around the land would come in, and he would massage their feet. Now, Jackson did this was a public service announcement. This was a PSA that you did on the TMA Instagram account. Now, how does this tie into Jay Randolph Jr., though?
It wasn't a PSA. It was an advertisement for our friends at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, talking about Mother's Day tips. The main one being pick up some Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
Right.
So you don't have to come.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing I said was a great gift is a foot rub.
Okay, now that's a little weird.
No, it's not. There's no way that's weird.
Foot rub for
your mother.
Mom?
Yes, that's not weird. That's not weird.
Looks like all three of us on the dais are in the same.
I'm going to have to step away from the alliance momentarily.
It's a girlfriend or a wife present, maybe.
Yeah.
You guys are crazy.
And all I could think about was, Jay Randolph Jr.'s body running around in Jackson there briefly.
Kind of get a vibe. That's a nice foot. I think I'll suck on it.
I am not trying to bait the audience into picking on Jackson, but I would like some honest feedback on the text line. Honest feedback. Do you think that's a little weird?
We discussed this during the commercial break yesterday, and Jackson observed that the core issue with this advertisement is also similar to the opening scene in Pulp Fiction when Samuel L. Jackson and John Travolta debate whether or not giving a foot massage was inappropriate, considering the woman he was giving a foot massage to was a married woman.
Yeah.
Jackson, however, is not giving a foot massage to somebody that would be considered some form of adultery. He's just giving it to his mom.
Have you done this before?
It's been a long while. It's been a long while.
It's in the fried chicken commercial.
Well, yeah, but it's a nice
talk
offer.
about a weave.
It's a nice offer.
Well, and again, Martin, I think you might find in Season 5, Episode 30 of the podcast, you'd find that Senka Jay Randolph Jr. is a classic for the ages.
That's correct, yeah.
Podcast.
The delightful Senka was in town.
Season 5.
Along with Kitten and Natividad. They were toward the tail end of their career, kind of the time when you play for the Pirates and the Marlins. And Jennings got a chance to work with Seika, and what a treat it was for all of us who were there that day. She revealed she had some form of arthritis in her feet, which certainly is an aphrodisiac.
And people in neighboring businesses came in and had their noses pressed against the studio to see what was going on.
Indeed.
Rubbing your dad's feet on Father's Day is a Midwest tradition. That's from the Hunchback of On Castle. Doug, is that true?
I'm not doing that either.
Well, yeah, y'all have a great Mother's Day weekend, and all
Rubbing
the best fellas. Yeah, I guess that'll be next for all the guys and stepdads out in Sunset Hills. I guess they'll get that ready to go. So. Have a great weekend, boys. All the best.
Thank you, Sergeant
All right,
Major
thank
Rose.
you.
There, Sergeant Major Rose, unfortunately, critical of Jackson's what was considered a public service announcement, but he wants you to know it was an advertisement, and it was an advertisement not for foot rubs for your mom, but for fried chicken.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Can you do both? Eat fried chicken and rub your mother's foot?
Yeah, I guess you could use the
Hey,
grease.
Ma, get you a bucket here and take your socks off.
Soak your feet in the bucket. No, I just don't think it's like, I don't think it's weird. It's my take. It's your feet.
Well, it's your ma.
Right, okay.
I think Martin's point is well taken.
I think
Now,
when
we
you're
wanna make this clear.
8 or 9, it's cute.
I said we don't kink shame.
It's ridiculous.
And then Jackson was like, "But it's my mom," and I said, "Well, that's kind of the issue."
If I don't know.
This is going to be a
your
tough
thing,
one.
I
This
guess.
is.
I
gonna
don't
be
think, but I really like truly like.
Did you do it when you were a little kid, like 7, 8, 9? Hey, mom,
Yeah,
I'll
for
rub your
sure.
feet. That's
That's
cute.
how I would like sometimes like
For sure.
That's like
At this
yeah.
age, maybe.
I'm not saying I've done it in the past couple of years. I'm saying it's a nice offer, and if I'm speaking to people out there with wives, like, hey, offer this to your wife.
Well, okay, now that's different.
I'm saying that that's something you can do for Mother's Day. That it was a tip given for Mother's Day.
And you
I'm
want your
offering a
mother to
foot
be
rub.
eating fried chicken while you rub her feet?
That was the spot.
If it's Lee's, yeah.
This is what Costanza did at one point, one of those episodes.
That is aft, bro. That's from the 636.
This is going to suck. This is really going to suck because
Well, I mean, it's your own commercial. Now, were you reading a script?
No, I was
This is
reading
just
a
you
script.
ad-libbing. This is just Saturday Night Live. This is Groundlings.
more or less, but it's me versus everyone here, and I'm always gonna. No one's gonna take my side, and I'm gonna look like a creep, a freak boy, and I'm not. I just want to be nice to my mom.
Freak boy.
If my uncle gently rubs my shoulders on Mother's Day, can I get the Lee's fried chicken deal Jackson was talking about on the fan page? That's from the Dogtown Astro fan.
So there's a deal involved?
Yeah, and apparently it's if your uncle gently rubs your shoulders on Mother's Day. It seems so specific. Very. Doug, do you say niche or niche?
I'd say niche.
Okay.
I don't think I have any uncles left. Can
I'm
someone
down with the text line for the day.
You're done.
No one's
You're closing
no one's getting
the Air
name
Conference
changes.
Service Castle, and nobody can change
no
their
one's getting
name.
name changes.
Wow.
They're just flying by.
No one's getting name
I
changes.
caught one. It just whizzed past me.
No,
It just sounded
you
like
ain't getting nothing from
Libby
me.
Jack's a weirdo is all it said.
No one getting nothing from me.
Weird as hell, bro. I'm trying to find some. I'm looking hard
But
to
there's
help.
nothing sexual about a foot rub. There really isn't. Unless if you're into that, and if so,
Unless you're into
God
that.
bless. I am not. So just giving a foot rub, it's your feet.
Yeah.
It's the bottom of your body.
Martin, but your response to that is, it's your mom.
It's your ma.
Okay. Do you not kiss your mom on the cheek? How is that any less weird than giving your mom a foot rub? Yeah, because it's rooted in nonsense. This is nonsense.
Jackson, you're a kinky little guy. That's from Mr. Siders. Your buddy, Mr.
I'm just isn't whatever.
Blocking.
Willingly rubbing your mom's feet does, in fact, make you a freak boy. That's from your friend Eric in the Central West End, who you find attractive, but you're not attracted to.
Okay.
Would you rub his feet?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I think if your mom had some sort of injury, some sort of ailment with your feet, you could get in there and help it out.
It's
rub
more
it a
just the
little bit.
offer and saying, hey, if you're out there and your wife, but whatever, this is already framed one way.
You've had it. You've had enough.
Mr. Lick says it's not as weird as the Warson Woods wacko massaging his boyfriend's feet his wife's boyfriend's feet after a midnight sesh. That's from Mr. Licks, and now that's going to cause a problem in that ongoing war. Oh, Doug, why did it have to happen?
I don't know.
Why did it have to happen?
Unfortunate. But we'll get through this. We'll bounce back.
No one in your court, man. That's from the 314.
Whatever. Y'all, I don't think you guys love your moms. That's what I'm thinking.
Wow, that's a serious charge.
Well, Jesus, do you see what's coming in here?
Yes, I do. and I'm only picking the safe ones to read.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I gotta be on the defensive here.
And for those concerned, at 7-2, we'll have Cardinals Corner. At 7-3, Big Blues Question. Singular.
It's just one question?
Yeah. And then at 8-3, Tim, we have hashtag This League.
Yeah, this league. It's good
8-2, Continental Yoff Talk. So we will be getting to all of that. But first, this breaking, pressing issue.
Hashtag this league. What does hashtag this league mean? Can I ask that?
Yeah, of course. It's kind of the thing that's whenever some crazy happens, and I saw it the NHL tweeted the other day too, and the NBA tweeted does it all the time. It's like when drama happens, it's like, oh my God, this league, and that kind of turned into like hashtag this league.
So it's not specific to the NBA or the NHL.
I thought it was, but then the NHL tweeted.
So they're all kind of doing it.
So yeah, I think it's just like a way to say like, oh my God, look at the drama.
I don't want to take away from the foot talk. Can I ask you a question though?
Of course.
So Tyrese Halliburton,
right?
Okay, superstar for the Pacers, great player. So I was reading this story as part of show prep, and it just says Tyrese Halliburton did the dance. He will not pay a fine. Halliburton, the guard of the Indiana, expected to be fined for his dancing, received a warning. Person spoke on the condition of anonymity. I've been waiting for that, he said, after the game, too. Expected to hear from the league. I was just in the moment. It'll just be a warning instead. Halliburton fully expected a fine because celebration similar to the one that he used, first brought to the league by Sam Cassell. It's a huge story. It never says what he did that's so offensive or problematic.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not 100% positive.
It's a huge story, and it never says why it's even an issue.
Okay, so I'm almost positive this is what it's in reference to. Have you ever seen Major League 2?
I don't think I have.
Tough film.
Don't think I have.
Doug, was that with Scott Bakula? Kirkwood's own?
Kirkwood's own.
Corbin Burnson returned? He played Arnie on L.A. Law?
Oh, I know who these people are. I just don't know. I didn't remember Scott Bakula had been in that picture.
Corbin Burnson and Your Friends and Neighbors with John Hamm?
It's some I definitely can't imitate.
Okay.
Well, I can, but
so it's a sexual nature?
I'm already off to a cold start. So, but imagine you are carrying around 2 cantaloupes right at your thigh level. Okay. And then kind of waddling around.
Okay. To indicate I got some cojones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. And then after that, did he rub Coach Carlisle's feet?
It wouldn't have been weird if he did.
It wouldn't?
No.
Yeah, that's not much of a... I'm looking at it now. That's not much of a dance to find someone over, is it?
Definitely not suspend or
But
anything.
there's a huge story and it never says anything about the nature of...
Have you seen what it is? That's all that it is.
It's fine. Yeah, it's okay.
I can't believe that'd be such a story and such a controversy.
See what I did there, Jackie? I tried to move the conversation.
Yeah, that was a gentle distraction. Now it's not working.
Okay, Tim, what do you got over there? The text line's still going.
Text line is really... Caller Ellen, you're getting a female perspective. Somebody you know and somebody you respect, right, Jackson?
I do.
Okay. Jackson, this whole show is partially built on kinks with an emphasis on men's obsession with feet. You had to have known this would be a disaster for you. That's from Caller Ellen.
I just thought it was goofy. I didn't think it was like I
haven't seen it. Can we play the audio of the?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Did even though if you were just reading a script, it would say, "Yeah, I'll pull it up." But if you hear it, it was you could hear the reluctance in his voice.
I did. Yes,
and the tone conveyed reluctance.
Where did this air,
I get the
buddy?
thing with the feet, but like I truly,
it's on I guess Instagram.
Yeah, I truly don't think it's weird. Like I don't think it's weird at all. It's not sexual. How could it be sexual? It's my mom's feet. It's my mother.
Yeah.
Like, why would that? Oh, whatever.
It's not.
Don't get frustrated.
No, it's not sexual. It's just a little weird. That's all.
I don't see how it's weird at all. How is it weird?
Well, you're kind of a grown man. I don't know. This league.
He's about had enough.
Jackie, come back.
Yeah, I'm on Team Jackson here. Here you go. I found one.
Yes.
I love giving my mom a foot rub whilst we enjoy a Battlehawks box from Lee's famous fried chicken. There's some big tuft.
It almost always involves fried chicken.
Support the sponsor.
I'm gonna.
Okay, so this is you. You recorded this unprompted, right? What was?
What do you mean unprompted? The advertiser asked me to do it.
Okay.
You think I just do these things?
They asked you to talk about rubbing your mom's feet? No. They asked you to do what?
Did they ask you to talk about rubbing your mom's feet?
No. They said, what's like a tip for Mother's Day? I said, offer a foot rub.
Oh, no.
Say, I'll rub your feet.
Okay.
All right, I'll play it.
Here we go.
Were they looking for maybe a trip to Lee's Fried Chicken? Take her out to
Have we heard
lunch?
from the sponsor on this?
Where are the people at Lee's?
Hey, this is Jackson. I'm here to talk to you about Mother's Day. Some of you might not know what you get to your wife or your mom. I personally like to give out foot rubs. I say, hey, do you want a foot rub? Maybe you don't want a foot rub now. Maybe you want a foot rub later. Either way, I'm here to rub your feet. I'm here to get you off your feet, and I'll take care of your feet. Something I also like to do is help cook. Now, I'm not a great cook, but I check out Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. You head to momschickenrescue.com, and through that, you can get up to 4 times the rewards points with Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and you have some delicious chicken for Mother's Day. It's a perfect combo. Foot rubs and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken on Mother's Day.
You really went all in on it. You really did.
Well, I'm not going to not give my all.
So you can get bonus points. They don't give out pan coins at this place, do they?
No.
Separate location.
Foot coins now, probably.
MomsChickenRecipe.com.
Did I think that this would go sideways? No, because I truly didn't think it was that weird. Now, did I think it would be kind of goofy and funny? Yes, but I think, well, I underestimated clearly.
Here's a question from Not So PC Principal. Guess this is a school principal who's not politically correct. Would that be? He says, do you give your dad a foot rub on Father's Day?
If I wouldn't think it was weird if he asked and I did it. Like, I don't think it's weird. I wouldn't be like, oh, what a freak you are. You kinky. Like, it's not kinky if, whatever, dude.
It's how it all started. I think that's how Koresh got started.
This is unbelievable.
My dad had like World War II feet.
What's that
like
mean?
I don't even know what that means. He's been in the trenches or something. There's all kinds of things happening down there.
He didn't have gangrene, did he?
No.
Libby Jack has a catalog full of bad takes. This rubbing his mom's feet take is the worst take of them all. It's from Eric in the Central West End, and he is not happy.
I mean, again, I want to reemphasize, I haven't done it in a long time, but it's the offer, you know? Get off your feet and, like, you work hard, you're a mother, you're doing so much for so many people. I mean, take the weight off your feet. Let's alleviate some of that tension.
The lesson is probably, if you can all avoid it, don't post anything ever on social media.
Okay. It'll go great for sales.
It's about 1% positive and about 99%, oh no.
Jackson, can I live with you when my wife kicks me out for giving her fried chicken for Mother's Day? That's from caller Buzz.
That Lee's is good stuff, though.
Damn good.
Well, how many people are going to walk into Lee's this week and say, yeah, I get this side of fries and maybe a foot rub?
I don't think they give they don't give foot rubs.
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying now I think there may be some confusion and people are going to be in the drive-thru. The 8-piece and a foot rub.
There's a great YouTube. It might have been like an SNL skit. It's called Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage. And it was this great little song.
Was that where it started?
I might play it on the return music.
Guys, this is Norman Bates stuff here. That's from the 314.
This is unbelievable.
Buzz is moving in with you?
This is the Pulp Fiction opening thing.
Doug and I think had this conversation with Jackson briefly during the commercial break yesterday. I hadn't seen the spot. I guess somebody texted in about it. I don't know how we became
emailed. Yeah,
emailed in about it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And I said, "Oh, that's what you're doing with your mom is rubbing her feet." And you were a little like, of course, you were oblivious to.
Well, the offer, yeah. I just don't think it's weird.
Is the post still
it's
up there?
less contact than a hug. Like, it's less like actual physical contact than a hug, yet but a hug is totally normal.
Yeah.
Maybe less weird.
I'm not like lighting candles and putting on Luther Vandross. Like, it's not. There's not even a lotion. There's not even a lotion involved.
All right, maybe just stop.
I think we've actually gotten to the point, what was it, on TMA on HD2 when we were announcing Brown and Crouppen as the new title sponsor and it broke the text inbox. I think we've broken the text inbox because texts are coming in like 2 minutes after hearing the ad. That's what happens when there is a flood of texts into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 314-399-9646. Iggy is in the YouTube chat and he says, like, not look.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
Now, is this going to get really weird the next time you do rub your mom's feet?
I haven't rubbed my... This is the thing, is my mom's going to hear this. She'd be like, well, he hasn't rubbed my feet in 10 years.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be awkward about it.
So you're almost going to have to rub the feet and bring the chicken.
And if I did, it wouldn't be weird.
The chicken might be.
I think it's more commentary on these people that they think it's weird to rub your mom's feet.
Mm-hmm. Did you ad-lib the spot? Did you sit down?
Was there a teleprompter?
What, you think Sorkin came in and banged that one out for me?
Keep digging yourself in, pal. That's from Dave and Mo Fallon. My word, this is creepy. That's from the 636.
I just don't get why it's creepy.
Yeah, that's kinky. That's from Albert Edison.
It's actually way creepier to say it's kinky about me rubbing my mom's feet. That's way creepier. These are the people who are taking it to the place, not me.
Right.
You're just trying to do something nice for your mom. I understand.
Yeah, God forbid.
Just really
no
weird.
good deed.
You're welcome to express your thoughts. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in. You have the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the presentation. Do you see it, Martin? I mean, there's just the number of texts, and what time is it now? It's 7:33. Oh, my God. Holy crap. The texts are 5 minutes behind. There are so many coming in.
Oh, Jesus.
And Ma, this weekend, what do you say we go to Hito?
I'm stunned that you're stunned that the audience has this response to it.
I just thought there would be at least some people who would be like, no, this is normal. This is not weird.
Does it bring you perhaps some perspective that when you have everybody on the other side that maybe...
No, because it's conspiracy.
It's conspiracy, Doug.
Yeah, it's easier to go with the mob than it is with the lone wolf. Mm-hmm. That's fine.
All right, now I'm being tweeted pictures of a lady eating chicken with her feet being rubbed.
Yeah, see, is that not a?
She looks pretty happy.
Norman Rockwell kind of portrait of Mother's Day in America.
She's got one of those Six Flags no longer sponsor turkey legs, while her feet are being rubbed. Happy Mother's Day. It's a cute little cartoon looking thing. Comic strip.
Get involved on the program. Many ways to do so. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, was this May of 1988?
I just don't know the years, Tim.
I feel pretty good about it. Martin, I'm going to go May of 1988. I mean, I'm not just calling out years. I'm calling out months now.
It's funny because I was thinking 87, but does that get me 88?
It does, by definition. You get
November of 87.
You get a year either way. I am moving all of my chips in 1988. It probably would be smart to go 87 because I don't think 89 is live, and that way I get 86. But, I mean, it's 87 or 88. Jackson Burkett.
Pour Some Sugar on Me came out in...
If you don't have a foot rub, you pour some sugar.
No, that was the idea. 1987.
Martin, nicely done. Huh. Nicely done.
That was after the High and Dry album.
Yeah, it's from Hysteria.
Yes.
It is 7:39 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. And the text inbox is so flooded with text from the first segment on Jackson's foot rub for his mom and fried chicken on Mother's Day that the texts are coming in at 7:34. I have not seen this.
I'm truly
in the
surprised.
show's history.
Truly surprised. This video also came out Tuesday, so doesn't show
It's
crazy.
just now going viral?
Yeah, I guess delayed reaction.
Well, boy, I'm telling you.
It's nonstop.
Yeah, it's nonstop.
Martin's
Martin's shaking his head and all.
I've come to grips. I know that I'm right, so it doesn't matter.
How about that?
Even like 8 minutes later, it just says weirdo.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm a big Jackson lemming, and this makes me think he's a sick freak. That's from Yasil the Boy Puig.
Well,
like he's playing over in Korea now?
I don't know.
Pretty
but
sure.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other
That's
things.
fair.
You know, you see Italian men hug each other and kiss each other on the cheek, and other cultures would say, "What in the world is that?" And so this is one of those things where it's very common.
I just I don't find that. To me, there's nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing erotic, sexual, perverse about a foot rub to anybody.
Well, you watch Pulp Fiction differently now.
Yeah.
One of your favorite films.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to. I think Samuel L. is saying that a foot rub isn't a big deal, and I stand with Jules Winfield.
It's just when you mix in the whole fryers that people have a problem with it.
Well, like if you go get like a pedicure, it's nothing sensual about it.
Nothing.
No Way Jackson is from Ladue. Rubbing your mom's feet with chicken grease on your hands is lime all day.
Well, now a game of telephones breaking out. The chicken and the foot rubs are separate.
Oh, they are? Yeah. Okay. That, I think, led to some of the confusion.
I've never gotten a pedicure. You guys ever get a pedicure?
I don't think
Never
that's really
have.
something that many gentlemen get.
There are
Jackson,
some.
have you gotten one?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
What? Your feet are unbelievably soft afterwards. It's crazy.
I
Who
wouldn't
cares?
put
It's
another
just your
person,
foot.
I wouldn't want
Right, exactly.
to put a person through that. Here's my feet. Work on those.
Well, I mean,
it seems like
there's
a personal thing.
Transaction. They're not doing that out of the goodness of their heart. Like I am trying to do, but apparently that's just it's an affront.
Jackson, do you go over or under the sock? Thanks. That's from the 314.
I haven't rubbed a foot in a decade. I'll be honest with you. I like to give the offer, and I almost never go through with it, but I like to give the offer. It's a nice thing. I don't rub feet that often. I'm not a foot guy.
No.
I'm not against those who are feet
You want to
guys.
make it clear you're not kink shaming. That's really one of the
If you're
foundations
into
of this
feet,
program.
yeah, absolutely. It's God
But
bless.
I
Enjoy
imagine,
what you got
I
to do.
imagine it socks off.
Well, if you were to give a foot rub, yes, socks off.
Yeah.
Jackson and his mom are having a nice mani-pedi day for Mother's Day. That's from Brandon Baker, and he's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Okay.
channel.
I'm not, but that sounds great. Sounds great.
Dog, it's tough. It's tough. We are grateful for the listeners supporting the sponsors. That's how this nonsense has been on since 2004. And Design Air is where you can go for your heating and cooling needs. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And Seth Goldcamp is the longest-running sponsor on TMA, going back to 2016. Sponsor the email today, where you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, next Thursday, we are approaching the 90s in St. Louis. How about that? Make sure your air conditioning is firing on all cylinders. Work with Seth and his team at DesignAirService.com. Can't say enough good things about my experience, my family's experience with Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. Sponsor the email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin 7-2 on the Stiefel dossier is the Cardinal Corner. Jackson, what do we have in today's Cardinal Corner?
Cardinal Corner. I posed a question.
What is it?
If you guys have any interest in it. Have the Cardinals had a season since 2000 that could be considered contemporary to what has occurred with the Blues in 2024 and 2025?
Contemporary, 2024 and 25.
Is contemporary different than similar? And I'm not asking to bust balls. Okay. All right. I just want to. Right.
Had a season since 2000 that could be considered contemporary.
To the Blues in 2025, did he say?
If you would isolate on regular season, I would say yes. But when you include the Winnipeg series, I think the Winnipeg series, the only thing you can compare it to, if you're going to since 2000, you can't compare it to. But for me, I go back to 1985 on the World Series, recognizing that the World Series is a much larger stage and importance than the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. But as far as a young team getting it going at the end and then losing in heartbreaking fashion in the playoffs, I don't see it. We saw teams get it together at the end and make a charge in 2006. In the postseason, in 2006, in the regular season, they stumbled. And in 2011, they surged, but it did not end in heartbreak. No. It did, but if you were in Dallas.
I'm trying to think of a Cardinal season where they told you at the beginning of the year, hey, we're probably not a playoff team. Like you usually had the last 25 years with the Cardinals, primarily, you had high expectations going into the season. So I'm trying to think of a comp in that regard. I think the exit is similar to 85, the pain.
Yeah.
But in terms of the whole season where you didn't expect much and then they got hot and all of a sudden you got on board.
All I can think of is that playoff series to the Phillies where Quintana had him shut out for 6 or 7. I'm not good on the years.
2022.
2020, yeah. It looked like they had that game won and then lost it and they were bounced out.
That did end up being a real
That was
quick
game
exit.
1, and then game 2, they went very silently into the night.
Except for Albert and Yachty. Base hits and a final at bat. Unbelievable.
That was truly unbelievable. But as far as the season goes, obviously it would be the complete opposite. You had older players carrying the team. It wasn't a youthful team.
Yeah.
And Larry King, when they would take calls.
Very bold.
And,
they did it on Sports Plus for one weekend.
It didn't go so well. But Marlon Brando was kind of weird. And at one point, he asked Larry King to rub his feet.
Did he do it?
I don't remember.
One of the greatest actors ever is in my corner, so not weird.
Was it odd that Marlon Brando was linked romantically to Wally Cox?
Clip that off.
I don't know who that is.
He was the voice of Underdog.
Oh, really?
He was on Hollywood Squares a little bit.
I'm Googling rub my feet, Larry King, Marlon Brando. I cannot think. To answer Jackson's question, I can't think of
I can't think of one.
I can't think of a good
Because you can't think of the 2025 St. Louis Blues without thinking about 1.6 seconds. And I got to tell you, that's going to be there in 2045, too. Might not like to hear it. It's the way it's going to be. Trust me, they're not over 2011 in Dallas, even though they won the World Series a couple of years ago. And that's just the way that it is. What are we going to do? We're going to have to accept it. I'm not going to get over it. I don't know what to tell you. So that is the Cardinals. I think 85 would be the closest, but your question said since 2000, because the 85 team had some young guys come up. Coleman was a young guy. They had some young guys emerge, but not to the level of what the Blues. But the 1985 team was not picked to be. I think they were picked to be. I don't know. They might have been picked to be last place. I feel like Rick Horton said that when we were with him in spring training.
Even though they'd added Jack Clark, he said nobody was saying much about us, and he talked about coming into spring with that. That might be a decent comparison in terms of getting everyone excited.
And then having your heart broken in the postseason.
Yeah. There you go, Jackson. 40 years ago.
Yeah, I like that play.
Okay, then.
The question just said since 2000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if you're going to go back, I would say 85. There, I think, unfortunately, there are some similarities because that's the last time a St. Louis area team was on the precipice of winning a championship or a series and had it ripped out. Yeah. And honestly, I was saying this on the podcast with Jackson yesterday, weirdly, and I'm by no means trying to spin it, but when you experience something like St. Louis Blues fans experienced on Sunday night, I think it makes you appreciate the, number one, pain that other organizations, that St. Louis teams have exacted on them, whether it be the Lidge thing is a little different because the Astros wound up winning the series 2 nights later, but the Rangers in 11 and the Nationals in 12. And I also think you could probably go back to the Buccaneers in 2000. Now, all of those teams wound up winning a Super Bowl / World Series in the following years. But in the moment, in Tampa, I talked about this on the podcast yesterday. Do you guys even remember the name Burt Emanuel?
Yeah, the catch. They still talk about the catch.
In Tampa, I feel like when Tioka Jackson would be on, because he was a part of that team, they would talk about that. And I remember it. I was at that game, but I didn't really think much of it. But in Tampa, they talk about it like they were robbed, as if Burt Emanuel had scored a touchdown. They were still like at the 25-yard line or something. I mean, either way. Point being, when you have your heart ripped out, you cite a specific moment that had it not gone that way, you were that close to winning. The Dinkinger thing, I think, is something that transcends St. Louis. I don't think that that's something that's limited to St. Louis. And it's still 40-plus years later. It's famous, and obviously it doesn't happen in 2025 because it would have been immediately reversed. The Burt Emanuel one is viewed in Tampa as significant. I don't think they talk about the Lidge one that much outside of it kind of messed up his career going forward.
Maybe the tackle in Tennessee, because
we talked about that
Steve
too.
McNair, the way he was going, the Rams seemed to be defensively kind of melting down a little bit. Fisher always said he was going to go for 2. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know.
Is that right? He was going to go for 2.
He has said that. Now, that's years later. That would have been extremely gutsy.
Did you talk with him about it, or did you just see it in interviews? Because I know you would have a rapport with him.
He told me that at some. I don't think it was an interview. We were talking about the game. He told me that, and I think he has said it in other places. And then Isaac Bird, the St. Louis guy who played for him,
Parkway Central,
he said it was true.
That they were going for 2.
That they had been told on the sideline. He said, Fisher said, after we score, we're going for 2. That would have been an all-time gutsy.
I'm telling you, and I have to say, I don't know, of course, what would have happened since it never happened, but I think it would have been the right move. The Rams were gassed. Famously, Dick Vermeil, as Kevin Carter walked off the field, has his hands over his head. Oh, my God, you're going to take yourself out of the Super Bowl. The Rams were gassed. I think that would have been the right move.
But I think in Tennessee, they think about, oh, my God, they're showing the tackle again. We get it. We get it. So
they have not won the Super Bowl. Now, in their case, they were behind.
Right.
In the Buccaneers' case, they were up, Doug, of course, the standard football score 6-5.
Right.
Somebody, somewhere, is going to make a play.
Warner.
Touchdown.
What happened? Warner. What about that Game 3 touchdown against the 49ers? Warner. What about Week 16, that dramatic catch to win the game, Doug? Warner. We would use cold opens audio for TV, and you wanted oh my God, what a play! And I love Pat Summerall, but the understated nature. Every call of Kurt Warner that year was the same.
And there at the end of his career, he was starting to lose it. And I remember one game, he said, I hear whistles. Remember that one? No one else was hearing it, Pat. I hear whistles. Well, it might be time to move on from Pat.
I
great
hear whistles.
Do you hear whistles? Call in and share. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. And Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, which is starting to catch up to the actual time when your texts are sent in. Yes, we are. It's 7:53, and the texts are now at 7:53. So, Jackson, we've caught up.
We're good.
From the Mother's Day, Lee's famous recipe chicken.
I feel no remorse.
Nobody's asking. I mean, I think if anything, this show celebrates kinks.
You see right there, though. Right there. That's that.
That was a leading statement.
Yeah. Was it ever?
What about Jake Reynolds, Doug? Now, there's a delight. He calls himself TMA Walrus #1.
Okay.
And he sent this to me this morning, 6:47 before the show. He said, Tim, I normally call in to brag about how great and wonderful James Carlton is, but I'm not able to do so today. Yet I feel it's important to let you know how much I appreciate him. I had my renter's insurance for our apartment through somewhere else. I wanted to switch to James since he insures my cars. So yesterday afternoon, I emailed him about it. We exchanged 16 quick, easy to understand emails to help me fully grasp what the savings would be for me. I never picked up that he was annoyed or upset with me and my dumb little questions. Instead, he was able to explain things to me like a 5-year-old and saved me $80 in the process. James is quite simply the best. Love, TMA Walrus #1, Jake Reynolds. How about that? Not a surprise for those of us who are James Carlton clients, but that's an indication of the kind of service you get. I can vouch for it. I have the same firsthand experience as Jake Reynolds does. His number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. My thought process is the following. You have an obligation to give your family the absolute best that you can when it comes to things such as insurance for home, for life, for auto, and that is James Carlton and his staff in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Joey Vitale is coming up on the Stiefel dossier. That's at 8:15. We have the drops of the week coming up. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals are back in action tonight, taking on the Washington Nationals. That's a 5:45 first pitch. That's on Apple TV Plus tonight. Eric Fetty will be towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, is this Keith Sweat?
I just don't know who
it's Johnny Gill.
Okay.
Now I see what this guy's doing. I'll tell you what, Jackson's having the biggest show of his career.
And that's saying something.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Martin.
Johnny Gill performed the national anthem. Was that 2011 World Series or 2006 World
I just don't know the
Series?
years.
I know Rascal Flatts did it in 2013, and former TMA producer Joe let us know that night that the Cardinals would never win another World Series because they brought Rascal Flatts onto their field. And true to form, the Cardinals have not won a World Series game since that night.
Was Johnny Gill part of was he a part of a boy band or a group in the...
And just like that, you lost your perfect game. I'm appalled.
New edition.
Okay, got it. That's why I thought so.
I mean, Johnny Gill and Can You Stand the Rain?
Right.
Martin, I mean, that'll warm any lady's heart.
Would Timberlake be the most successful artist to come out of a boy band?
Clip that off. Doug, I know you wanted to discuss that at 9, but I guess we're going to move ahead.
I don't have a lot for you, but I would have to agree with that.
Well, does Michael Jackson count as being in a boy band? Because
it's a great question.
If that's the case,
probably, sure.
Well, then it's a no. Then it's Michael Jackson without question.
Okay.
What was the
But
question?
if you're not including him, the biggest artist to come out of a boy band.
How about the Mount Rushmore? You got two of them.
Timberlake, probably Harry Styles.
Can I sell you on Wahlberg with the career he had
that's
outside of music?
Yeah, that's a good play.
Okay.
All right.
Donnie Wahlberg?
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg wasn't part of New Kids on the Block. And might I add, watch this,
Funky
Doug.
Bunch.
Watch this. Famously.
Yeah, I guess if you're Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch, then it can't be like
That's not a boy band, is it?
Yeah. Well, I won't count
Shot at the
Wahlberg
Funky
then.
Bunch out of nowhere. That's
Yeah.
Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse. So Marshall's going to be pissed at you. That's going to be tough for you.
It is going to be tough. I'll think of the fourth.
Were you a big fan of LSG with Levert and Keith Sweat?
Nice.
I'm on their Wikipedia page. I don't know who the hell Johnny Gill is.
I was about to say, I did not see that coming from you. God bless. Yeah, I'm a big Gerald Levert guy, Doug. Maybe we'll play Baby Hold On to Me. Was that 90? Did Jackson double up his medication today by mistake? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Nope.
Are the Beatles a boy band? That's from the 817.
No,
Why wouldn't they be?
Well, it's a rock band.
How old do you have to be?
I consider like a boy band, like you're not playing instruments. There's usually some sort of synchronized dancing.
I got to tell you, I think I might agree with that take.
The microphones are like headset mics, not necessarily. Like it's like there's
dancing is more of a vehicle than the music itself.
Singing and dancing, it's not really an instrument. Like the Beatles are writing their own songs, playing music. Like
don't
rock
answer
music.
that question seriously.
How about this from Manute Bowl eligible? He goes with Bobby Brown, who's a part of New Edition, Justin Timberlake, Harry Styles, and then a breaking ball here, Ricky Martin, who, Doug, I know you loved Menudo. Ricky Martin, part of Menudo.
Okay, so he's saying Michael Jackson wasn't part of a boy band.
Guess so.
He certainly was.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a family band, but I still think it's a boy band. I mean, they're in a row singing together.
How about the
Do they have to be in a row for it to be a boy
I mean,
band?
there's some sort of.
This is going to go back to downtown versus Main Street. Do they have to be in a row for it to be a boy band?
Would the Monkees be a boy band?
I don't know on that. I'm not too well versed in the Monkees.
Okay. More along the lines of the Beatles, I guess.
You are not a pop culture aficionado unless you can name the movie Can You Stand the Rain was prominently featured in. Doug, that's from your star. I mean, your ticket, Sharon in Clayton.
My ticket?
Yeah, ticket to a Palace in Huntley.
Oh, because of the show that's going to blow up?
That's right. You're the Aaron Spelling.
Okay.
Of St. Louis Public Access Television.
And what is it we have to name?
The film Can You Stand the Rain was prominently featured in.
Can I have initials, please?
I got to be honest with you. I don't know.
I don't know it either.
Can You Stand the Rain?
I mean, it is the jam. I know that.
Okay.
I'm getting the best man Holliday.
Busman's Holiday?
The Busman special? A Cardinals Pirates game that goes an hour and 10 minutes?
They did a song with that?
I think that's a... I don't know.
Speaking of games that athletes didn't really want to participate in, they had the old twin bill I mentioned in Colorado yesterday between the Tigers and Rockies. Doug, you could have received, if you wanted to, and I know you don't necessarily place a wager as often as I do, you could have received the Rockies and damn near 20 runs, and you would not have covered the spread. Colorado showed up and lost 10-2 and 11-1 and said, all right, that'll do it, boys.
Right, and had enough at that point.
And they are now 6-31 on this season's campaign. The doubleheader was lightly attended.
They might be the worst team ever assembled. They're on a pace to be that. And the White Sox took a 10-0 drubbing themselves.
We've got a couple of clubs.
They're not just bad. They're not even slightly competitive.
And it's not just the runs and hits. Tigers had 10 runs, 14 hits. 11 runs, 14 hits. Yeah. And in both games, the Rockies had 3 errors. Yeah. And then they had 2 errors. Yeah. So on top of it all, they don't pitch, they don't hit, and they don't field.
I don't know how interested they are.
They're 25 games under 500 on May 9th.
I do think the idea of relegation would be good.
Oh, it'd be the greatest.
How they do that in European soccer, English, and just say, you know what, you're not good enough. You're not competitive.
For the record, they listed the attendance as 23,000. I don't know why anybody would have been watching this, but if you saw any highlights, and of course you can go to YouTube and take a real quick gander of one of the Tigers' many runs, you would see that there certainly were not 23,000. Martin, what's the formula you use when the announced attendance and then you divide it by
what?
what?
My Busch Stadium decoder ring this year, I'm going take a third off.
Take a third off.
30 gets me 20.
Yeah, I think that's probably ballpark. I'd agree with that. I think that's probably fair. I might be a little more aggressive, but yeah, I think 30%. And you say when you talk with Bill DeWitt the third,
he actually said, he thinks it's more like 10 or 15%.
I see the Rockies have already got 5 or 6 guys on the injured list. I think these guys are just saying, you know what, I'm out.
Doug, we just got this text with a picture of Vaughn from PP Corp. Have you seen it? Take a look.
Sending pictures of himself, tight shots of himself.
It says, I went to Orange Theory with my wife, but nobody had sex with the trainer. Have a good Friday.
Okay, we don't need that sort of thing.
What are you going to give him a
tight shot of his mug?
Yeah. Is he growing a mustache, too? I can't tell.
I mean, I've worked with Seika.
I would rather my team be 6-31 than admit I rubbed my mom's feet. It's from Maxwell Hung.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Guys, Pope Leo is a White Sox fan, so he's always been a champion of the downtrodden. That's from the 314.
Well, I just think if I was the White Sox, I'd be awfully tempted to move to Nashville.
I think
not playing the shadow of the Cubs anymore.
I think it's kind of like the NFL in L.A. They're like, that's just sitting there like, it's such a prime market. I think I'm going to open that up now. Instead of moving a team, so it's not like the Rams, I think they just want Nashville to have their own team, expand.
Sharon and Clayton disappointed with the presentation. I guess it was, what was it, Holiday Part 2? Is that what it was?
Best Man Holiday.
Thank you. That is the movie, but you guys officially suck. That is from Sharon and Doug. She is in Clayton, but she's also
everyone's
on the Real
taking
Housewives
shots
of TMA. You know, I feel like when we have Joey Vitale on, he's not taking shots. He's just kind of telling stories, usually about someone in the bird community. But I think we'll start out by asking him about the festivities in Winnipeg, and then we'll lay some breadcrumbs and try to find our way back and close the interview out 20, 25 minutes later and find out what we learn in between there about our friends in the bird kingdom.
Has anybody warned BK and Ferrario that we could be running behind today because today is a Vitale Friday?
You think he'll run
3.5 hours?
8:15, 11:05?
Because we'll be 30 minutes in and we'll be like, if we could, a hockey question.
Right.
Doug, I don't know if you've seen Big Tough's text.
No.
He has sent a picture in which I guess he got on his back, ass up, with his bare feet, and said, "I'm ready, pal."
Oh.
So that's something to look forward to in the Air Comfort Service text inbox if you want to go browsing. Martin is strategically avoiding Big Tough's texts. Yeah.
Again, just not a foot guy. Like, not against
But to be
those
clear,
are.
you're not kink shaming
Not
those
at
who
all.
are.
Not at all. I just find nothing sexual about feet. They are vessels for movement.
Vessels for movement.
But I wouldn't consider them an aphrodisiac.
Don't the legs actually move you and the feet just kind of balance it out?
Well, guilty feet have no rhythm.
Was that George Michael or was that
George
Wham?
Michael. Well, it could have been either.
I think you have to. Was he in a boy band?
Would you consider Wham a boy band? And if so, does George Michael now enter the conversation?
So a bunch of people were texting in that the Jackson 5 did play instruments. So I think that might
disqualifies you?
Yeah, Tito was on the bass.
Yeah, I don't know if that disqualifies you.
They technically they were the definition of boys. They were kids.
Yeah, I know it's tough because I think we think of boy bands now like manufactured by like record labels, put it together,
Probably some slimy
together.
Yeah, awfully times burly perverts from Central Florida. Right?
Yeah, some really gross stuff in that community. That has come out in sense. But I think that to me is more like what I think of when I think of boy band, less so Jackson 5, who also
Guilty feet have no rhythm.
Yeah, what's that about? It was a wonderful line. George Michael, Andrew Ridgeley.
So he's never going to dance.
Who was married?
Andrew Ridgeley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always
don't follow.
Well, no, I always thought those two were an item.
No.
I honestly thought that.
I have to tell you, there is I guess you would call it a documentary. I was surprised they could get this much material out of that Wham Christmas song. Doug, was it Last Christmas?
Plays all the time now.
And
a bunch of different people sing it.
And George Michael and I guess Andrew Ridgeley of Wham put it together because they felt like the final thing they could conquer, you have to have a number one Christmas song. And then literally right after they record Last Christmas, was it Bob Geldof, Martin? I feel like that would be a name you'd remember. He was responsible.
Rats singer.
Yes. And he put together the Do They Know It's Christmas? And that became number one. And Last Christmas just became number one for the first time, like in 2023 or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, fun facts for no one tell. And either way, my wife's like, let's go ahead and watch it. I'm like, that's fine. I think Ridgeley and Michael are hot, so I'll watch. That's how I'll how I'll get home.
Lord.
But the documentary is wonderful. So maybe this weekend in May, it'd be fun for you to sit down with the family and watch the Last Christmas documentary.
I'm not going to do it.
Wow.
Andrew Ridgeley's memoir was called Wham! George and Me.
I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from, and I respect it. But as we've learned on today's program, whether it be Mother's Day, feet, fried chicken, Wham, this program does not kink shame.
Well, sometimes I do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll see if Joey Vitale's on board. I can't wait to hear the answer.
I think he might be on my side here.
Well, he'd be the first.
I think he might be. I got to say, I think he might be.
Yeah, I'll say this. I wouldn't want to bet either way on this. Yeah. I wouldn't want to bet either way on this.
If it's just me and Joey on an island there.
You feel good about that island.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll find out. Joey Vitale's next on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It is Mother's Day this weekend. When are you going to get Mom? Jackson's got ideas. I've got ideas. How about maybe every spot today is going to be related to Jackson's ideas for Mom? Here's I'm not saying better, different idea. Why don't you book a flight for Mom later this summer? Send her to Vegas, send her to Hilton Head or down to Florida for a getaway weekend. You can do that at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. You can get a great price, those Allegiant flights, and you get the convenience of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Located in Muscuda, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. And when you park, less than $10 a day. You walk in, you're through the terminal, you're at the gate, all of that. in about 15 minutes. Typical time from parking to gate is 15 minutes. That's unheard of these days when you're talking about travel. And when you leave out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport, you can go to Gulf Shores, Destin, Fort Myers. Got buddies down in Marco Island. Make that trip. Hey, Ma, what do you want? Chicken? Foot rub? No, I want to go on a vacation. You can book that flight at flyMidAmerica.com. It's Mid-America St. Louis Airport.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour. And, Doug, it's a segment that friends and foes alike gather around their transistor radios for. It's the Friday Joey Vitale call. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the program here on 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel, the great Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Hey, boys. How we doing? Tim, good to talk to you. We missed you last week. You took a personal day, apparently.
Boom!
Yes, you sure did.
What the hell just happened there, Doug?
Fired.
Boom!
Happy Friday.
Boom! How long you been up? 4.5 hours?
It's been at least 4 hours. Yeah, I've been tending to my chickens, and we got guard beds today, and the birds making a comeback. So we got a lot of animals. I used to wake up and have a cup of coffee. Now I wake up and tend to about 14 different animal species, and then eventually around 7 o'clock, I make my way into my personal stuff for the day.
What do you have to do to a chicken? Don't you just spread some food on the ground and that's about it?
Oh, Doug. Come on. Yeah, it's called chicken cuddle time. When they're little chicks, this is what my wife said. Well, my wife said, I've been saying this phrase a lot lately. Help me, guys, if you ever say. My wife thinks, and I completely agree. I feel like I've been saying that a lot lately. So I'm gonna double down here. My wife said, and I completely agree, that chickens, when they're little, you need lots of cuddle time. They got to get used to you. And if you invest in that time young, then when they're adults, they'll be a lot more docile, let you hold them. And then when you go to grab eggs, they're not going to peck at you. So it's really like an early investment into my chickens. I've been trying to give them lots of extra chicken cuddle time. And you got to make sure the heat lamp and the heat's good. They need to be kept really warm. Every now and then I'll throw some little earthworms in there. And then you're supposed to talk to them. I go, chick, 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 chick. Chick, 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 and they kind of get used to your voice.
I'll be turned.
Doug, what a treat for the neighbors.
I didn't know that. So you got a pair of overalls and a straw hat and everything?
No, but I do have use of my Crocs. I got Crocs out finally. I wore some Crocs, and I wore Crocs in college. You know, when Crocs were kind of the lady that invented Crocs, she was a gardener, and this is back in late 2000s. And, you know, they're basically rubber shoes. And she's like, I need a pair of shoes for my garden. So she created these rubber shoes that she could hose off. So it was actually invented by a gardener. And they were used simply for gardeners. And then around 2004, they kind of caught on a little bit. I wore Crocs in college because, you know, when you're going from the rink to class, you know, you go from the shower and you got to get dressed really quick and then rush over to, you know, theology or whatever. And so I would just throw my Crocs on.
Very dismissive of theology.
Yeah,
wow. That was, we got American Pope, and this guy just says, yeah, I don't know theology.
So then I would run across campus in my Crocs. And this is when Crocs were kind of like, what is that guy doing wearing Crocs? It was one of the things my wife hated about me. One of the many things she hated about me when she first met me was that I wore Crocs to class. So she kind of axed that. And, of course, I allow that. And then Crocs all of a sudden made a comeback about like 6 years ago. I'm like, finally, Crocs are back and they're cool. So I busted my Crocs back out. Anyway, I don't wear overalls, Doug, but I do wear my Crocs. I'm excited to get my Crocs back out. I got a couple cool little widgets, like bread widget and what else kind of widget I got down there? Oh, Mickey Mouse widget. The widget.
Yeah, I like Crocs myself, too. You get a lot of grief when you wear them, but they sure are comfortable.
They look like you gave up, I think.
Well, they're comfortable, though.
No, you're not giving up. To me, Martin, I think you have a confidence problem, Martin. I'm just going to be honest with you here. I think you're confident.
Now I'm on the couch.
Yeah. So if I can just, I think we should dig into that a little bit, Martin, if you don't mind. You know, if you're a confident man, they wear Crocs. Let's just be honest. If you feel good about yourself, and Crocs are the way to go. If you got something to prove, then yeah, go ahead, throw on your Aloe sneakers, whatever you're probably wearing right now, Mark.
I think if you're a doctor in the ER, the Crocs make sense. You can rinse off the blood. If you're a gardener like you're doing, but get yourself a good loafer, Tim. We'd have a nice
Martin
loafer.
showing off his loafers on the YouTube chat.
It's kind of what Joey referenced. I don't mind you wearing the Crocs, but like if I see you at a Blues morning skate and you're wearing Crocs, I'm like, come on, you lazy ass.
That's a wild still image there of you just holding up your loafer on the YouTube video.
Wow. Yeah, we really, you do need to get back on the couch there, Martin. You got a lot to unpack there. You got a lot of anger, clearly.
A lot of anger about your Crocs.
One thing about loafers and Crocs is they go on your feet, and we've had a foot controversy here this morning, Joey.
No.
Nice, Doug. Nice weave.
Because Jackson has been saying and touting on Instagram that something to give your mother for Mother's Day is a foot massage, and some people think that's a little creepy. Would you be for or against that sort of thing?
How old are you?
Jackson's a 27-year-old gentleman.
Yeah, Jackson, you can't be giving your mom a foot massage.
Oh, Jackson.
I thought there was a chance.
Yeah, I did
really
too.
did.
That's just straight up weird, man.
Oh, no. Why? Is it weird to hug your mother, Joey?
It's different.
No, it's not weird to hug your mother.
That's way more contact.
No, but you're getting personal. Like, you're digging into their arches. I mean, your feet are feet are kind of gross. You know what I mean? I'm not a big foot person. I love my kids' feet. Like, if my kids had dirty, sandy feet, my favorite is I love my kids so much. Like, if they had sandy, dirty feet, I'd eat those toes. I don't care because of my kids.
Oh,
but everyone else though, I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, give her a hug. I mean, a hug is nice, but I don't know if you need to dig in with some lotion if you're 27 years old. I mean, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's what poor
Jackson, you lost Joey Vitale. You lost Joey Vitale. Does it make you look in the mirror a little?
I think some people need like a redefinition of what like sexual means. Like it's not weird.
This audience needs to be re-educated on
you don't make sure
sexuality.
like feet are just feet. They're not. There's nothing weird about feet.
I mean, I think there's a lot weird about feet, personally. But, again, potato, maybe give her a kiss on the cheek, if you will. I don't know. I mean,
I want to make it clear that I don't think a hug or a kiss or anything are weird, but those are far more contact and, acts of tender love than a foot rub.
Well, I think it's more natural to kiss because that's how we evolved, where when we were young, we had to our parents had to chew up the food and then, obviously put it in our mouths.
You talking robin feeding, bro?
God.
That's how kissing started, from robin
You'd rather
feeding?
robin feed than foot rub?
Who knew?
You didn't know about this? You didn't know about this?
I would love to learn.
You hear about you ever watch that Joe? Was it the Joe Tucci on us? Like, you hear about this thing? Hear about this thing? This thing. So yeah, that's how kissing evolved. So kissing, you go back to the early days. Well, let's just say your dad is out hunting and gathering and he kills a deer. Comes back, right? This is true. You guys keep laughing over it. This is true. So you come home, you cut this deer up, right, in this tough venison meat. Well, you got this little 2-month-old baby, right? Or a 6-month-old, whatever it is. And they don't have the molars to necessarily chew this meat. So what do? So you chewed the meat as an adult, and believe it or not, the saliva actually helps break down the meat as well. And you actually would chew it and then feed it to your children. You see it in birds all the time. The mama bird eats it, swallows it, the digestive tract and the saliva and the breakdown of bacteria actually helps break it down, and then they basically vomit it back up into the bird's mouth. Okay, so the mouth to mouth is not only affection, it was essential. It was nourishment. It was life, right? So there was no better way to show affection than to go mouth to mouth, because you're actually nourishing someone's life. You're actually keeping them alive. So that is the ultimate affection. So now you look at why we kiss people on the lips. It's that same idea where we go back in time. We're like, this is how we used to keep each other alive, which is my greatest sign of love for you. So now we kind of give the old peck on the lips. Another thing interesting about kissing, I read this the other day too. When you kiss someone for the first time, this is fascinating. Right? So we got through. That was fascinating. This is even more fascinating when we talk about kissing. You may want to kiss your mom, Jackson, come Mother's Day on the lips after you hear this. So then the other thing, when you kiss somebody, right? They say love at first sight, or you want to find a mate. Let's say you're at, I don't know, where's everyone hanging out these days? What's the bar in town if you're young?
Jackson, where are you kids hanging out?
Kids might go to something like Wheelhouse or Midwestern.
What about the new place, Foot Rub?
Wheelhouse. All right. So, Jackson, you're at the Wheelhouse next weekend, and this cute girl, and you're talking and dancing and probably, whatever. So it's really important that you, as soon as you can, without being a creep, you got to land that first kiss. Because when your DNA and your bacteria and your saliva mixes with hers, believe it or not, there's chemical reactions that are happening in each of your guys' brains that recognize, are we compatible? Will we be able to create offspring? So, and that's why, after you kiss someone, you're kind of like, I really like this person. Or someone's like, oh, we had a first kiss, I didn't really like it. It's actually your instincts. Your instincts are telling you to get away because you guys actually aren't compatible to create a future together and make offspring. So what I'm trying to say is, kiss your mother on Mother's Day. It's going to be all right.
That's what he's trying to say. This is the Blues analyst, hockey analyst, Joey Vitale, on the program.
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
Come on now.
Krispy Kreme.
So he's over. Are you over the loss, Joey?
Yeah, we got through it.
He's through it. I'm just checking.
Yeah, we got through it.
In the moment, how brutal?
Oh, miserable. Tough. I mean, really, really tough. Curbs and I don't know about him. I mean, we talked about it a little bit afterwards, but just having to break that one down with the shock we were in, Nothing really prepared me. I mean, it's been 8 years I've been in the booth. I haven't had a moment like that where you just don't know what to say because there's so much going through you at that time. You know, because to put the bow on it, obviously, is we shouldn't even be here. I mean, the run they went on to get to that spot, I mean, we should be just thankful that we're in that position where we're playing playoff hockey. But then, you know, like anything, you kind of find yourself like, okay, but you want more. And all of a sudden, you took a President's Trophy winner to a Game 7. You're up by 2 goals. And not to mention, guys, you know, talking to hockey ops and these players, they were a better team. The Blues were a better team than Winnipeg Jets, especially with the Scheifele and Morrissey injuries. Hellebuck got yanked in 3 games at home for the Blues. I mean, all signs led to this Blues team not only was playing with, you know, house money, as they say, or, you know, or the underdog. They were actually the better team, and I believe that. They had the better core. They were deeper forwards. The fourth line was explosive. Jordan Binnington outside the Iafallo first game goal that tied the game late that third period there. Outside of that goal, I mean, he didn't allow any bad goals. I thought Jim Montgomery made great adjustments. I think that this was a team that was supposed to beat the Winnipeg Jets. I think the Jets walked away from that series thanking their lucky stars because I don't think they knew down deep that they were a better and deeper team. I think Winnipeg certainly got the bounces they needed. And so we kind of look at that whole thing. Yes, it's a great year. Yes, you make the playoffs. Yes, wonderful experience. But doggone, like, they deserve better. They were a better team. They should still be playing against the Dallas Stars right now. But being on that plane afterwards, it was one of the weirder plane rides I've ever had to experience, even as a player. And I've lost in some Game 7s as well as a player. I never really saw what I saw there. There was just nothing but shock. Like, I'm coming on the plane, and Oscar is just, like, staring into space. The card table is just like everyone just saw a ghost. Everyone was in complete shock by what happened. It took them a while to really process it. And I think for a lot of fans, it's probably still processing now. But I know you look at that Dallas Stars and Winnipeg series now on TV, and everyone's saying the same thing. Gosh, that should be us.
Yeah, that's what makes it so brutal. And I've had a tough time, honestly, watching the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is something I love doing every April, May, and June because of the shock of the way that it went down. Joey, we heard from not all of, but a good portion of the roster on Tuesday, in addition to hearing from Jim Montgomery and Doug Armstrong. And I liked that Doug Armstrong, you know, because I feel like there's been a little, I don't know if it's a coping mechanism or whatever has gone on locally. Well, it just shows that they're on their way, but you just never know what's going to wind up happening. And when you're in the moment, you seize the moment, you capitalize. And I liked that Armstrong said, yeah, it was a good season. It wasn't a great season. And what bothers me is that the way we lost was a trend. And he was making reference to 6-on-5 and how the Blues, when it was all said and done, allowed 15 goals 6-on-5. You actually played the game. What did you see that caused the Blues to have problems in those situations this year?
I mean, at times, Tim, it was they're not aggressive enough. At times they were too passive. At times they were overly aggressive. The box got stretched out. I think little by little with Jim Montgomery, they actually were tweaking it better and better. You know, I actually thought it trended better towards the end of the year. I mean, they were still allowing ones every now and then, but it wasn't as bad as midway through the season. Now, the playoff Game 7, if you're asking me what went wrong, I'll tell you, just a bad bounce. I mean, 2 pretty horrible bounces. I mean, on the first one, you're looking at a Ryan Suter in a perfect position where it goes off his glove and it sneaks in.
Yeah.
Right? The second one, I mean, Nikolai Ehlers, he goes to shoot the puck and he fans on it. And it goes right back to their team. And then they go to Nikolai Ehlers one more time. Nikolai Ehlers, he hasn't said this. I think his stick was broken, right? His stick's broken. That's why he fanned on the shot, right? He doesn't miss that shot. And why did he pass up on the shot? There's 4 freaking seconds left in the game. Get the puck at the net, right? No, because I think his stick was broken. So he figured if I can't shoot, I got to at least dish it off and pass it. Again, this is just my theory, but I saw the way that puck came off his stick. His stick was not good. So his stick is fractured, right? He fans on the first shot. It goes back to the team. It goes back to him. Then he moves it because he knows he can't shoot it. Guys, I mean, the 6-on-5, it's just bad puck luck. I mean, to me, I thought the Blues were in a good spot. I don't think they could have done much differently in that Game 7 setting with the 6-on-5, and it like Jim Montgomery said, it seemed like the home team got the puck luck throughout all of this series. With that being said, for Doug Armstrong and the comments he made, I absolutely love the comments.
Yeah.
Was it a good season? It was good. Was it great? No. To me, you have to say that. Like, that's the GM you want to represent your team, because the standard and the expectation is high. And I know when I was playing with Sid the Kid, heard of him?
Doug, 8:35.
Yeah. Heard of him, Marty. No, I mean this sincerely. When I went to Pittsburgh, my first camp, there's just this expectation, and it is high. It's really high, right? And you can't help but a young player to be like, okay, this is the big boys. This is a team that expects to win. This is a team that's pushing to win a Stanley Cup. If you fall short and make it to the second, third round, okay, right? But we're going to set the bar really high. And if we fall short, we're falling short in the first, second, or third round, right? So to me, setting that bar high, like Doug Armstrong established in that press conference, yes, this was not a great season. Let that be known to the players. And the players have got to feel that as well. Us as fans, me as a broadcaster, yes, let's put a bow on this. Let's look at some positives. There's definitely some positives. A lot of growth. We've got a coach for the next 5 years. We're in a good spot, right? Our young guys stepped up in a huge way. The future is bright. That's on our end. From the players' end, it wasn't good enough. It's a disappointing season. We got to be better. We got to figure out a way to go deeper. So that, to me, like when I was in Pittsburgh, that is the standard that the culture of what Jim Montgomery was talking about, the culture has changed here. This is the new culture. This is the standard we are going to set for ourselves. And if we fall anything short, it's going to be disappointing. I'll flip that to a lot of other teams. Guys, the Buffalo Sabres, it's been, I read someone the other day, there's been 3 popes since the Buffalo Sabres made the playoffs last. I mean, that goes to show you how long a shout out for the new pope, by the way, good American boy.
Doug, a shout out for the Pope on TMA.
Crosby first, then the Pope.
A shout out for the Pope. So what I was going to say is that, then I went to, Arizona, right? Arizona, I almost felt it right when you walk in, like the losing. It smells. It smells yucky. You just smell the loss on the walls. I mean, the janitors, the security guards, the guys that check the ticket. It's just like everyone's just okay. Can we get into the playoffs? Guys, it's a bad standard. It's a bad culture to set. It's infectious. And that losing, just like winning, it can snowball in a certain direction. So with all that being said, I love the comments, and I love where these players are at too, where, yes, this is a disappointing season. They should still be playing hockey. The standard moving forward is that we have to figure out a way to get past that round and then beyond to push for another championship here.
Joey Vitale, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch the program and interact with other listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL, where 271 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. If you were in the position of the Blues organization, you have the unique situation with Doug Armstrong and transitioning to Steen. Do you focus on anything in particular this offseason, Joey?
They're always going to be focusing on something. I mean, obviously, you want to figure out a way to make your team better. They didn't win a championship. There's improvements to be made. Let's just be real. Where did they fall short? Where did they have an issue season long? Where were forwards not being able to fill into the right roles because of this vacated spot? To me, guys, it really is that second line center position. I think that this was a right away. You put Pavel Neves from the wing, you move him to the center after he signs his new deal over the summer. Of course, he said to management, I'll play anywhere, I just want to win. They felt it at the time, analytics, with him being a St. Louis Blue, they actually won a lot more games when he was playing center, as crazy as that was. They tried it at the beginning of the year. It was a good experiment. It didn't work. But why did they try it? They tried it because they knew they needed a second-line center. Can Pavel be the guy? Well, it showed that he can't, right? I think they feel that Thomas is your number one. I think Braden Shen, as good as he's been, he has been. I mean, he was my MVP this year. He was a rock star for not only what he did on the ice, but especially for off the ice. I think with his age, though, he feels probably most comfortable in that third line role. I think that, with his speed, he's certainly added to such a multi-dimensional line. And the Holliday and Kyrou, there was a lot of magic there for a while, but he's not getting any younger. And I think as they look in the future here, they want him as that third line center. So there was always a second line center position that they just tried to figure out. Again, Braden did a heck of a job kind of subbing in there and getting the team to where they need to be to get into the playoffs. But is that where he is the most comfortable? I don't think so. I think they want to see him in the third line. You have Thomas in your first line, and then I think Radek Faksa would be a slam dunk home run if the price is right to bring him back for the fourth line, because you can't mess up that fourth line. They were so good. So with all that being said, yes, I think they have to figure out a way to bring in a second line center. Is Dalibor Dvorsky ready right now? From what the small sample size guys know, I would say he's not ready to make an impact at the NHL level. I think he's close. I think maybe midway through next year, at the end of next season, he could be somewhere in the future. But do the Blues go out and get, obviously Sam Bennett, to me, everyone's hope and dream is Sam Bennett. I think he fits that kind of blue-collar, blue-chip style very well here in St. Louis, and he plays on that physical edge, which I think it really embodies what this team is about and the culture they're establishing. But that's in a perfect world. But, yeah, I think a second-line center, because you got so much skill on the wings now, especially with Jimmy Snuggerud. Zachary Bolduc took a huge step this year. Don't forget about Kyrou and Buchnevich and Jake Neighbors. I mean, guys, we are loaded up with so much young skill on the wings, and Thomas is a bona fide number one center. The fourth line is just incredible. And then from a defensive standpoint, I mean, you got the veterans that can also skate and the experience. I think we still had the best D-core in the playoffs, even when we got bounced. So, and with Jordan Binnington still at least years of his prime, he's still a goalie that can make that save. He's athletic. We got Joel Hofer as a great backup. Goaltender D, you're great. A lot of positions at the forward position, you're great. But can they go out and find a really stable top six centerman that can come in, give a little relief to Robert Thomas, position everyone a little bit better on the offensive side? To me, that would be the clearest and the easiest way to improve your team.
I see where Bennington and Shin are now headed to Europe to play in the World Championship. These guys can't ever get enough, huh? I don't know where they find the energy to keep going.
They love it. I mean, they love it, Doug. I mean, it's crazy. I know a lot of us, we look forward to time off. We look forward to a little bit of a break here and there. But these guys, they love the sport. I know it sounds weird. It sounds weird for a lot of people, like, gosh, don't you want to go on vacation? Don't you want to take a little time off? Understand something. These guys, they are where they are because they're a little twisted in the head. Like, you got to be a little psychotic to have even made it to the level that these guys are, and to be even the elite, right? You have to understand that comes at a price. And that price is, I think they're a little psychotic. Again, I'll give him a shout out to my friend Sidney Crosby. You guys may know him or not.
No,
shout
for
out,
heaven's sakes.
Shout out. Good friend of mine, good friend of the show.
Yeah. Big friend of the show.
We were talking a couple of years ago, and I think I may have mentioned this once or twice, but he was talking about at the time, he was 35 years old, top 5 in scoring. I just said, I go, God, Sid, like you've won 3 cups, you got a world championship, you got Olympic gold, you got MVPs, you got Hearts, you got Conn Smythe. Like, you've done everything, and you're still pushing at age 35, top 5 scoring. Why? And his answer was simple. I just love to win. I just want to win. Understand something, guys. These guys, Binnington and Shen, they just want to play hockey. They crave it. They desire it. It's like how you're coming home from a road trip and you got 25 minutes down Highway 44. You're coming in from the Lake of the Ozarks. Shout out, Lake. And and you're coming home and you're just getting close to Wally's. You're like, do I stop at Wally's? Or hopefully Wally's is a friend of the show. Stop off at Wally's, or I keep going. I make it home and your bladder's about to explode, right? And you get home and the first thing you do, boom, you go right to the bathroom. You need to relieve yourself, right? These guys, it's the same need. Like, I just need to play hockey. I know it doesn't make sense for a lot of people, and that's why a lot of people are watching from the stands, but these guys are a little psychotic. Like, they just love it that much, and they don't want to take any time off. So, yeah, they're going over to the World Championships.
So going to the World Championships is like taking a leak at Wally's.
Correct.
No.
It's like driving past Wally's.
Like not going to Wally's and taking a leak, going home because you just had to go.
You just desire it. Come on,
look in the toilet.
Shout out to toilets.
Come on, CBC boy. You
Shout out to the lake.
Sharper there.
Sharpen up, pal. That's a big Walt line to me. Sharpen up, huh? Sharpen up.
Sharpen up. I like that line. I'm going to say it's my kids.
So will you continue? This is kind of logistics over the air. It's a little bit of housekeeping as well.
Housekeeping, Martin.
Joey, the season's over for the Blues. Will you still join us on Fridays? Does the Deus know the answer to this? I don't know. I feel like we don't really talk hockey anyway.
I think the audience would love it if you would.
What about you guys? What would you guys feel?
My vote is a passionate yes.
All right. If you guys are going to beg, okay.
Spitting chickens every Friday.
Spitting chickens? Is that the name of this pod?
After that, Bernie Ferdurker always said you ask really good questions. Not only ask good questions, you're timely. Of course, you would ask me on the air when I got all of my millions of listeners out there listening and loving me. So, of course, you put me on the spot, which was a smart move by you. And answer your question. Even if you guys didn't want me, I would probably still say yeah.
So you'd just show up on the phone lines.
I'm going to show up on the phone line. If you guys ever want me to come on in.
Yeah, come and bring your chickens.
Well, sure.
Yeah, bring the chickens in.
That would be good. At least one of them.
You want me to bring my bird?
Yeah.
I put my bird on my shoulder now. I love this bird. I don't know. I never thought I'd love a bird. But this bird, when they got attacked by my dog, and it was like 1 foot, half a feather gone, wing gone, no feathers. It's like on his last breath. We almost had to bring it into the vet to get oxygen. My kids are bawling, screaming at God. Why, God? Why? I'm trying to manage all these emotions. And I just saw this lifeless bird, and he made a comeback. I don't know, guys. I see a lot of myself in this bird.
Only one feather left. Very sad.
Sometimes in life, Doug, you're down to one feather. But you, as long as you got air in those lungs, you still got a fighting chance.
Think about it, guys. Think about it. Think about it.
That's nice.
We got a shout out to the Pope.
Wally's got a shout out.
The lake.
Yeah, the lake got a shout out.
I think the bird got a shout out.
The bird, definitely. Joey's in love with the bird. Hey, when I saw you 2 weeks ago at the trivia night, you told me to keep things moving. I did have a nice pace, and then I was scolded by an audience member for the nice pace. And then I looked out to go talk to you in one of the breaks, and you had bolted like the wind. So you set me up only to get knocked down. I'm a little disappointed.
Hey, speaking of my bird, that's when all the disaster started. So we're sitting down. We literally, the first question that you, by the way, you did a great job for the 10 seconds I was there. The first question was about how many eggs a hen lays in a year. Of course, we nailed that because my wife's obsessed with chickens. And he thought we were off and running. We got a call that night from my son, and it's like two missed calls that pick up. He's like, Dad, you got to come home. They're all watching my kids. There's blood everywhere. I'm like, what? There's blood. It's everywhere. You got to rush home. I'm like, who? I'm like freaking out. So long story short, we come home. It's the bird. I thought one of the kids got it. But the bird, like my little chef, he decided to bring his baby toilet over to the bird cage and let it out. And then that would be a fun game to throw it to our dog, like a catch. And our golden retriever, I know we have a golden retriever and we got a bird. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, yes, honey. That seems like a good idea. Seems like a great idea, honey. I love you too. Yes, of course, get a bird. We have two Goldens hate birds. They don't naturally want to kill birds. That doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, so my golden puppy got a hold of the bird. So we come in and the kids are bawling and crying, and I'm holding this bird with it's bald. He's like, his eyes are closing and he's like gasping for air, and his wing is clipped and his foot's over to the left. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, honey, I got to go snap this bird's neck. And she's like, what? I'm like, I got to take it out of its misery. This bird is in a lot of pain. And then the kids wanted me to call the vet, which of course then I did. And then the vet obviously was like, hey, we don't operate on birds. I'm like, clearly I get that. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't seem like a good business model to be operating on birds. I can't imagine you can stay afloat if you're just operating on birds. She did offer me to bring her in to get oxygen. I said I'm not going to do that because I'm a human and I can't afford to bring in a bird to put them on. I didn't even know there's a mask for oxygen for birds, but apparently there is.
Tim, is there a mask for birds for oxygen?
Yeah, it's a very, Doug, did you say niche or
I think
niche?
it's usually reserved for bald eagles.
Okay.
Birds we really care about.
Oh.
That's right. So we kind of let it go, and I said, give it the morning. And that little bird, we found out later that, my kids got it. They thought it was a girl, so they called it Tinkerbell. And then I found out from someone who looked at it the next day that it's actually a boy. So now we have a boy named Tinkerbell that's got one wing, half a foot, no feathers. But I see myself in this bird, guys. I love that bird.
How about this guy, Doug?
My favorite text is somebody asked, does Joey eat paint chips? I think, it just kind of says it all.
I'm just high on life, Marty. I got my bird.
Got you, buddy.
I got chickens. I got everything I need. Right? I got you guys. You guys are my good friends. I got good friends in my life. What else could I want?
What a great inspiring
it's a wonderful Friday message from Joey Vitale.
We may have heard the bird story last week, but that's okay. It's okay. We're bringing people together.
I saw Iggy asked if this is a best of from last week in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Good to see Iggs is busy.
Joey, it's been a delightful, uplifting potpourri of topics. Wonderful conversation, as always, sir.
You guys have a great weekend. Always a pleasure on my end, too, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
God bless America. How about that? That's Joey Vitale, Doug. Shout out to the lake. Shout out to Wally's.
The Pope.
The Pope got a shout out.
You ever stopped at that Wally's?
I have not.
It's cool. It's big.
Right
It's
across from
huge.
the Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Stratford Inn.
They got good barbecue
Rich
sandwiches
Gould,
in there.
fan
You
show,
get
Martin.
a little of everything.
Yeah.
You can go shopping for some clothes.
Yeah, it's a lot going on. There's a Winnebago over there. The Carson and was it Holden that went to that trip, Tim? We went to the Bulls NBA game last year. We stopped on the way to Chicago.
Oh, all right.
Kind of fun because you're about, an hour and a half outside of Chicago. The Stratford Inn, by the way, the sign is still up, but the building is gone. It's as if it's a memorial.
Always be marketing. Guys, real talk. Every Joey segment should start with the J drop. What the hell is he talking about? That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube texting. And you can text in as well, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. TMA drops of the week coming up next on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Peace frog.
Doug, you like this one?
Ooh.
This is not bad, yeah.
This is my favorite Doors song.
Is it really?
Yeah.
How about that? Boy, the Alliance is back. Back and better than ever, I would say.
Feels like it.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you fresh off the Joey Vitale adventure that we take on Fridays here on the program. You're welcome to send your text in. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of the text inbox. Maybe a record-breaking day in the show's history for the number of texts we've received. 314-399-9646. Jackson has to smart a little bit for Joey Vitale not to be on your side. I did think that you might have an alliance there, but no, pitch out, nobody going.
I went to the YouTube chat brought to us by Michelob Ultra, and I saw that Aaron the St. Chuck is on my side.
Oh, good.
Wow, and she has her nipple rings, so that's intriguing.
Yeah, I have to think that that's a part of it, you know? I think the core of it is people are thinking it's weird because it's my mom, and I don't think it's weird because it's my mom. You see what I'm saying?
Whoa, hold on a second.
People think it's weird because it's
It's like
mom.
people are like,
I don't
oh, it's
think
weird to give your mom. I was saying it's not weird
Right.
because it's my mother, you know? So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, if you want to do a woman at the mall and say, I'll rub your feet, that could be a little
Yes, that would
awkward.
be- that would be
and
weird.
illegal, maybe? I don't know.
I think so.
Give it a shot.
Did Andy Dick run into that with Amy Smart? Was that in Road Trip, Doug? Was that
I
Scotty
just
Doesn't
don't
Know?
I just, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Matt Damon? Cameo?
And then Andy Dick was wanting to rub other things, your friends?
Yeah, my buddy Lucas in a tent at the Hard Rock Hotel in 2008. Great Omaha player, by the way. But he was a taller gentleman, and Andy Dick navigated his way through a bunch of gentlemen and said to my buddy Lucas as he ran his left index finger along his boy cleavage and said, "Ooh, you're a tall one." Nobody's ever said that to me.
How did Lucas respond?
He kind of backed away, but he was kind of trapped in the corner of the cabana, and Andy Dick was wearing a little fedora, just like Justin Falk.
That's when you pinch
Or is it a
yourself really
Panama
hard
hat?
and say, please wake up.
Yeah, this can't really be happening.
Jackson, it's Friday, and that means we celebrate the work we have done this week with Jackson's Drops of the Week.
Morning After Drops of the Week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Well, I'm south of Watson.
Leave this talking for people like Draymond Green and that motherfucker at ESPN with a parking spot for a forehead.
What's your favorite toy, Doug? You're going too fast.
Oh, my ass hurts.
Appreciate your opinion. Don't care.
Because I'm never really filled up.
Is this Lexington Steel? Yo, my job, my boss, New York City, New York Knicks, everybody.
Gary, come back.
No, you.
Because he looked at some balls.
We got a great show. Really?
That was Drops of the Week. Drop down.
Really saucy. NSFW.
Yeah, it was a little spicy.
It's a Mother's Day thing.
Sure.
Spicy.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That will come your way at approximately 10:50. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Your standings diversified here. Joey Vitale's face dong has one win. My cousin Vinny has one win. JV golf coach has one win. And yesterday, really a strong debut from Big Tank Del Vecchio, Doug.
Oh, Big Tank. Oh, he's been a snootful.
He's dangerous. This is a guy who could wind up winning the month of May. All right, we are now entering into the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
It's Mother's Day this weekend. What are you going to do? Jackson has ideas. I've got ideas. Go to the St. Louis Zoo. Better yet, get the zoo debit card from Together Credit Union. The zoo cares for about 12,000 animals, representing nearly 450 species. And when you get that zoo debit card, you're helping the zoo do the great work that they do. They're going to round up with that zoo debit card, rounding up your transactions, donating money back to the zoo, which helps them with wildlife conservation. Those donations help the zoo's mission of animal care and management, and the zoo debit card will help you receive special zoo membership. That includes discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, much more. If you sign up now, you'll also get the Sea Lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. Pretty simple. Open a give back checking account, togethercu.org. That's how you get the debit card. Or just stop by any of those Together Credit Union 14 local branches. Help the St. Louis Zoo out by getting yourself that St. Louis Zoo debit card. Do it at Together Credit Union. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Timberwolves defeat the Warriors last night. Son Steph Curry 117-93. Julius Randle with 24 points. That series is now tied a game apiece. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, that can only mean one thing, Doug.
Matt Holliday?
Matt the Bat.
yeah.
Surprise appearance on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA 101 ESPN. Good morning, Matt.
Matt in Oklahoma, you're on with the boys.
Formerly of Frontenac and Ladue.
Oh, wow.
gosh.
Jackson, it's one of your own.
Yeah.
One of your own?
Countryman.
So we have Sharon and Clayton now. We had Chris Long, was Chris in Virginia.
That's right.
And now we have not Matt in Oklahoma, formerly of Ladue and Frontenac.
Did you ever get to know Chris Long? I would imagine you guys would get along quite well.
I met him, I think, once or twice, but never spent any time. And that was my concern last week when I was listening to the show, and you guys actually had real guests on talking about real sports. And then I texted Martin yesterday about coming on the show, and I thought, this is turning into a real sports show. And he said, oh, I'm actually not there. I'm at the dentist. And I thought, if he doesn't take the show serious enough to plan his dentist appointment around the show, then it's back right where I thought it was.
There it is, Martin.
Well,
Tough but fair.
This is all very accurate.
And by the way, Matt, Martin is leaving at 9:30 on today's program.
This is an important television work. And it wasn't set up by me. The Blues are bringing Alexander Steen, who is the GM in waiting.
Doug is very unhappy with Martin for leaving this early.
Fox. He'll be there.
Now, you worked last night till what, 10:30, and you got to get up at 9 now.
And I didn't choose. I'm off TV on Fridays, but the Blues. This is an opportunity, Tim. We like to call it in business.
Okay.
But yeah, Matt, I did not play a hard 9 yesterday, as Tony would say. Kind of shut her down. Yeah. Which actually brings us to the day game conversation, Tim. We were talking about this, how every getaway day game seems to just go really fast. And it's not like written anywhere, but the players just kind of all want to get out of there. Is that fair?
It can be. I think, I think that there's certainly, hot days after a day game, after a night game where everybody is not feeling optimal. Where the pitcher who's probably slept 12 hours the night before because he didn't even have to go to the game, and he was having a nice meal the night before and got a full night's sleep while the rest of us were playing, where he tends to dominate the game while the rest of us are, sort of recovering and trying to like I said, during an August day game after a night game on a getaway day it can be a challenge. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think that's anything that's like, hey, boys, we're going to swing at the first pitch trying to get out of here. But occasionally it does go pretty quick.
You ever look at the lineup and say, boy, Tony's kind of risking it today by playing him, and him? I remember Roland would walk in and say, wow, Big Benny's hitting fifth. Gary Bennett, he would yell at him. He's like, Gary, you're hitting fifth today. Did you know that? Did you ever look at the Well, I guess lineups in general. Do you ever look and wonder, what are they thinking?
Yeah. I mean, you play long enough, you're going to run into a few lineups where you wonder what's going on, and I think occasionally if the team's not playing well, it does seem like they drew them out of a hat, which maybe they did. And, occasionally that it does work. But yeah, I think like I said, if you play long enough, there's some head scratchers in there.
Huh. Tim, this is Matt, not from Oklahoma, but formerly from Ladue and Frontenac. He was concerned not only last week, but earlier this week. He said a lot of real sports talk. So I would have thought that would be in Matt Holliday's wheelhouse, and yet seems disappointed in us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am. And then I have to follow Joey Vitale, who I don't know, but I feel like I should.
And you feel like you do.
He had an amazing amount of energy this morning and excellent breakdowns. Like, it was real hockey talk. And then, he wound it together with some stops along the way to the lake and some shout outs, which I appreciated. So.
I mean, you're the guy in Oklahoma. I think you should have chickens. He's in like Kirkwood, suburbia, and he's got chickens.
No, I don't have chickens. No. I have dogs, which also is a problem.
So for chickens, seemingly a problem for chickens.
And birds at Joey's house. You were texting last week because you were watching the Blues. It was Game 5, and we were going back. I said, God, these refs are trying to take over the game. And Matt said, yeah, they always do. But I didn't know you were that plugged in on Blues hockey.
You guys have, I've been listening to your show in the mornings. So you had me back on the hockey bandwagon. So I've been following the Blues, and I think I told you I was at a Little League baseball game for Game 7 and totally dropped the ball and tuned in right as double overtime started. And, the heartbreak of that was I didn't even see the end of regulation, which I went back and watched. And pretty devastating. Devastating.
And Tim equated it to this is what if you're a Rangers fan and now we're on the other side of it.
Yes.
That had to be what they felt in Texas, and probably to this day.
And of course, at a much higher level, with it being one strike from the World Series twice. Do you ever? I mean, I don't know how it would work with guys who play it against each other, especially after a while. Do you ever talk with anybody on that Rangers team about that, or is that just like, we're not going to even talk about it because it'll be a little awkward?
I have not. I mean, I'm pretty friendly with Ian Kinsler and Michael Young. Those are the only two that I would probably say that I would run into, since. But I haven't brought that up yet. But I'm doing the World Baseball Classic. Michael Young is on the staff, so maybe we could rehash that a little bit, talk it over.
Lift his spirits.
I'm sure he'd love to hash that one out. So maybe I'll report back how that goes.
I'm curious about this one. I don't think I've ever asked you this. Ozzie Smith was on our show the morning after.
Sorry about it.
Yeah, exactly. Name drop. Was on our show the morning after Game 6, and he said that this series is over. The Cardinals are going to win. I mean, he was just adamant, and that is not the way even former players talk, because what's the upside in saying it? And my thought process was, and I might have asked him in the moment, or I'm just forgetting since it's been 14 years, Matt, is he lived through what I think was the last devastating series loss where the Cardinals were on the verge of winning something like the Blues, 1985, when they lost with the Don Denkinger call in Game 6, and they got stomped on by the Royals in Game 7. And his reasoning, I would imagine, was it's just going to be impossible for Texas to pick themselves up after that. What were you guys thinking about going into that Game 7 following the emotion of Game 6?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really hard to overcome. I think that's especially on the road. It was. I mean, you have all the momentum, you have all the the excitement of what just happened. So that's a really in sports that's really, really hard to overcome when the other team is riding that kind of high, and you felt like it was over. I'm sure that there was many of moments in that Game 6 where the Rangers were. I'm sure they had the lockers taped up and they had the champagne was in there, and players know that kind of stuff. You're popping in there to grab something or whatever, and you're seeing the shirts and and all the hats and the excitement of winning a World Series, and then it's ripped out from underneath you, and then next thing you know, you have to play another game at the other team's home park. It's really like, Ozzie, I mean, you felt really good about our chances. And as a competitor, you wouldn't say, we got this one in the bag. But I think that you felt great about it.
What was your worst loss? Would it have been the Waka home run or drive? But that was a Game 5.
Yeah.
So, but maybe in 12, it went to 7, right? The NLCS.
It did, up 3-1 in that series. Yeah.
So let's just. But what made you feel worse?
Yeah, we're looking to really bring you down here on a Friday if we can.
And cry if you could,
if
please.
possible.
Yeah, it's exciting. Those are horrible times. So. I mean, look, when you play sports long enough, there's going to be moments of devastation and heartache. But, the good come with the bad and the bad with the good. So, we'll take, I got 3 World Series and I got a ring, which a lot of guys, play a long time and don't get. So I'm okay with it. Like I said, there's some heartache in there.
Best team you were on?
Ooh, probably that 2011 team. I mean, we had some, we had to come back from, but we had a lot of injuries. Yeah. Obviously, if you look at the roster of that team, if you include Waino, who obviously was hurt for the whole season, but if you include Waino on that roster, there's lots of, potential Hall of Famers or guys that are just on the outside looking into the Hall of Fame on that roster. So I would say that's probably the most talented roster I ever played on.
We were talking about the Colorado Rockies a little while ago and the wonderful season they're having at 6-31. Do you feel like you broke the back of that franchise when you left?
No, because I actually got to go back in 18. We went to the playoffs in 18. We actually had the division until the last day, and then lost. The Dodgers had to go to the Cubs and play a playing game. Won that game, and then went into Milwaukee on a full series. So I tried to help be a full circle. It's not good. It's not in a good place, Doug. It doesn't look real promising, at least for this season.
And it's got to be frustrating. I mean, think about the players that went through there, yourself and Tulowitzki and Walker and Bichette and Helton. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, their list of players that it's been on in that Coors Field is awesome. Is there, I don't know what group text you're on, but I would think as former players, it's kind of discouraging.
Yeah, there's a group text for sure that, is, I think all of us still have interest and love for the organization and the team. And like you said, it's a great ballpark. It's a great city. They love baseball. I don't think it has the stigma against free agents that maybe it had in the past, where it was really, really hard to get pitchers. I think you can get people to go there. I think they have some young players that in the minor leagues, and then a few on the cusp in the big leagues that are promising, but it surely is in a kind of a bad spot right now. So I still have some friends that work in the organization, and so I hope they get it turned around, but it's been a struggle as of late.
And that's how you became friendly with Arenado, right? I mean, you guys were teammates there, and that is that where the bond started with him?
No, I had actually spent some time with him through Tulo after I left Colorado. And came to St. Louis. Tulo and Nolan were obviously close friends with the Rockies, and so we had actually built kind of a bond and a friendship before I went back in 18 and played with them. So we had become close beforehand.
Do you think Arenado's slightly encouraged by? I mean, the Cardinals have been a little better of late. They've won 5 in a row, and I mean, we're not handing out a parade here. You don't hand out. Do you hand out a parade? Probably not.
No, usually some kind of delicious baked goods.
Baked goods, yeah. What's your take on the current Cardinals? There's the worst question you've ever been asked.
I'm used to it. I think. I haven't talked to him, but I mean, it surely is a lot more fun to win than lose. I mean, I think that they're playing well. I mean, the starting pitching has been solid, and they still have, I think they still have some really good players. I mean, I think it's been fun to watch. Honestly, I think they've played well. So, 19-19. I don't think you're going to have to absolutely have an amazing season to be in it in this division this year. So. If they can hang around, it'd be interesting to see what they do at the deadline. If they're right in the middle of it, do you go out and add and try to really go for trying to win the division, or what? So I think it'd be fun if this team makes it hard on Mo and the boys to figure out what they're going to do at the deadline.
We've heard people say that, boy, now would be the time to unload some of these huge contracts with veteran players who may not be around. Get something for them while you can. Wouldn't that just be demoralizing to a team at this point?
I think it really would. I mean, I think when you look at the guys that you're referencing, I mean, Sonny wants to be there, or else he would have asked out in the offseason. I mean, he's pitching really well, and, he has value, I think, on the market, but he wants to be there. And you got some other guys that are on. But, I mean, you have the money. The payroll is not huge, and you can afford to have these guys. So, I think that if you're hanging around at the deadline, I think I'm all in favor of adding a couple pieces and seeing what happens. So, like I said, I don't think the payroll is absurd where you have to offload these guys.
And I would think Bozeliak, it's his last year. I mean, I would be tempted to like, hey, let's at least give it a shot. Like, if you know you're leaving, do you really want to say, well, we're trading off parts and we're building for the future?
Yeah, but I mean, is it his call? You know, I mean, it kind of always goes back to that.
He's got a lot of autonomy, though. If I'm him, I'm just okay. So personally, wouldn't you feel that way? Like, oh my God,
Hell
going.
yeah.
We're signing everybody. No, and I think over the years, there's probably been some tension, mini tension about, hey, we're not going to spend on this or that. But you know him really well too, Matt. You guys are friendly. Don't you think he would like to go out with the best chance they have to at least be in it?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think if they're right there in the division at the deadline, I think he would want to try to go out with a surprise where everybody thought they were going to suck and then sneak up and steal the division, from the Cubs or, Milwaukee or whoever it ends up being. I think that would be something that he would like to do. But like I said, I mean, the whole thing with Heim taking over and who's making the decisions on these calls as far as what to do at the deadline, I think is pretty fascinating.
It's a little unclear is what I would call it. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but Jackson has an Instagram post that I thought maybe, Jackie, if you could cue that up.
Oh, boy.
It prompted a lot of discussion.
Yep.
Jackson is the spokesperson for Lee's Chicken, and they support our Battle Hawks. And so then they asked him to do a commercial on Instagram and maybe weave in some thoughts for Mom, and it sounded like this.
Go ahead and hit the lever, Jackson.
Hey, this is Jackson. I'm here to talk to you about Mother's Day. Some of you might not know what you get to your wife or your mom. I personally like to give out foot rubs. I say, hey, do you want a foot rub? Maybe you don't want a foot rub now. Maybe you want a foot rub later. Either way, I'm here to rub your feet. I'm here to get you off your feet, and I'll take care of your feet. Something I also like to do is help cook. Now, I'm not a great cook, but I check out Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. You head to momschickenrescue.com, and through that, you can get up to 4 times the rewards points with Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and you have some delicious chicken for Mother's Day. It's a perfect combo. Foot rubs and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
I don't know.
Your thoughts, Matt?
Do those go together? You transitioned from foot rubs to chicken.
Mm-hmm. Is it creepy?
In a hurry. Yeah. No, I mean, what a transition. I really, really, really impressed. You got paid for that?
Jackson, your chance to talk to Red Jacket.
No, it's just, it's a nice offer to your mom or maybe your wife, and you say, hey, how about a foot rub? And then also I'll cook and I'll take care of it with some chicken. That seems like a good day to me. I don't know.
Yeah. You know what? That might be, I've been thinking about things for Leslie for Mother's Day, and maybe a foot rub and some Lee's chicken.
Jackson, you got the first person.
Lee's has Matt Holliday now as an unofficial spokesperson. What a win.
Right. That's right. This is great. What a W.
Rubby Dubby. What's your mother, though?
Yeah, I mean, Leslie's Matt's wife.
That's different.
Right. Yeah.
But you don't think it's weird to give your mother a foot rub?
I would not rub my mom's feet.
See there?
And there's the break.
There it was. That was unfortunate. You had the win, and then you went back for more, and you got the L.
I'm an adult, though. Like, you're still pretty young. I don't know. Maybe you still rub your mom's feet. I don't know.
He's 27.
I said maybe 8, 9, 10.
Out of that. Yeah, I think you've aged out of that.
Well, it's not like I'm I want to. It's like something I aspire to do every day. Is like
you talked about it for 30 seconds in a commercial.
Because
you're supposed to sell some chicken, and you talked about rubbing your mom's feet.
Yeah, because I love my mom.
Yourself.
I love my mom.
Does she have a bunion or a hammer toe or something?
I'm not going to talk about my mom's feet.
Delicious.
What a treat.
Well, that is a treat. Matt, always wonderful when you drop by the program, and I'm sure it's good to hear that it has gone back to its absolute clown show nature here this week, because it was getting a little scary last week. What, Gruden, Chris Long,
Russo, Doc Gooden.
Doc Gooden, yeah.
And then Pronger. It was a real show, and for that we apologize.
Amen.
With Gruden and LaRussa, there's always a chance that it's Martin imitating them. So I just wanted to...
Matt didn't believe it was Gruden. He kept texting me saying, this isn't Gruden. You guys are simps. And I was like, what?
You know what? Sometimes Gruden feels like he's impersonating Gruden. You ever get that? Like,
That's a good point.
He really goes into like Gruden character. I'm like, is he for real? Like, does he really act like this?
I think he's got one gear, and that's all.
It is.
That's all the way pushed to the floor.
And I saw him about a half hour after that game ended Friday night, and he was exactly the same. He's like, right on, brother. Right on, man. He should have been in the WWE. He really has that vibe.
Do you have a Gruden imitation, Martin?
I do not. I have to tell you, though, he texts the same way, all caps saying, let's go, let's do this. Like, he's just one speed, as Jackson said.
I like it.
Matt, always wonderful when you drop by the program. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful Mother's Day weekend. And, of course, now you have some gift ideas.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, really got my brain stirring on the foot rub chicken option.
Happy to do that for you.
There he is, Matt Holliday, talking it over here on TMA 101 ESPN. Always great to hear from the Cardinal Hall of Famer on the program.
He was very disappointed yesterday because it was around 10. I really did have to go to the dentist, and he said I could call in now. And I said, well, I'm at the dentist.
That's him and Tony both wanted to get on late in the program.
Yeah.
While you're out of here.
And it was a Friday, a couple Fridays ago, after the skipper had been at game 6 or game 3, whatever it was. And he called at 10:40. I was taking a nap. Onboarding was in a break. And the voicemail said, yeah, I'm ready now. I was like, well, you're on. But like his cell phone calling my cell phone doesn't exactly get you on the air.
Yeah, you can just patch him in.
Yeah, Jackie. Patch me in.
Patch me in. Martin, you are bolting to go talk it over with the
Alexander
future.
Steen. That'll be Sunday night on Fox 2. Thanks.
I'll look forward to watching it.
Sunday night. And I think what we'll do, this is a little logistics, but I think we really will do 2 parts because you talk about his role, the aspiring GM, the current roster, and then maybe Monday night's vehicle will be his career, his path, and winning a cup. Friends with Chaser. So there's a lot to get to.
You can kill some time that way.
Then again, if he is disinterested and annoyed with all of the questions, it'll be a mini series instead of a lengthy series. Yeah.
Quick hitter.
Martin, have a wonderful weekend.
Gift ideas.
And think about some gift ideas for Mom. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
It is Mother's Day this weekend. Jackson has ideas for you. If you need other ideas, stop by and load up at Schnucks. Do the grocery shopping so Mom doesn't have to. And when you go to Schnucks, you're going to save money because they've lowered prices on over 2,300 items. That's a huge number. Marking down prices on things like Jack's Pizza or Ida potatoes. I got a Lee's, but I don't mind a Tyson family pack of chicken. The Chobani yogurt tubs, that's something Jackson loves. Rub that on Mom's feet. You're just looking at me, and I knew there was some connection we were going to make. Anyway, lowering prices, that's what they're doing at Schnucks. Bound to have an item that you are shopping for when they do that big a number, 2,300 items. You can check out the digital shelf tags around the store, finding tons more items. I guarantee there is a Schnucks grocery store in your neighborhood. So load up this week and do the shopping so Mom doesn't have to. That's the perfect gift. Everyday savings that you can count on, all at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items.
me see, Doug. Mickey Dolenz, Peter Tork,
Michael Nesmith,
Davy Jones. The Monkees.
Yes.
What do you got going on here, Jackson?
Doug mentioned the Monkees earlier in the program. We were talking about boy bands. Yeah, we were talking about boy bands. And I was like, do I know any Monkey songs? So I looked them up on Apple Music. I was like, oh, of course I know this song.
Sure.
And so I was like, you know what? And not only have I heard this song, I really like it. So
It
I'm going to play
started
it.
out as just a little TV show to try to take advantage of the Beatles-type craze. For
Right,
type
like
of
American
bands.
Bandstand
But
kinda.
then they made up some songs for the TV show that turned out to be big-time hits across the board, and they became more than just a silly little TV show they were on.
Matt Holliday and Joey Vitale with us on the program. For those of you interested in going back and watching, you can on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And the TMA podcast is sponsored by Schaefer Door Company. You're welcome to participate in our program. So many different ways to do so. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines. The number is 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, 314-399-9646. And Doug, it was a delight to have Matt Holliday and Joey Vitale on those Callier and Thompson phone lines. Thank you, Callier and Thompson. You are a delight.
Two sporting legends of our fine community.
Amen.
And they'd probably like to go to Callier and Thompson, too. If you're looking for something to give your mother for Mother's Day, how about a little coupon saying you're going to fix up the kitchen or the master bathroom or you're going to redo the basement? They would love that. And Callier and Thompson is definitely the place to go. Callier and Thompson, I like to say, they don't play. They do it right. Callier and Thompson is first class, and the big thing about this industry is Callier and Thompson has people you can trust. They have contractors who have been with them for many, many years. You're going to have people in your home in and out for quite some time if it's a big job. You want to make sure that these are people you can trust, and with Callier and Thompson, that is definitely the case. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. They've been in business since the 1950s. So you know they're doing something right. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have owned it now for more than 20 years. They'll get you hooked up with the great designers there and come up with a great plan for your home, and you'll be so happy that you did. You may not even have to think about moving again. A lot of times we don't remodel our house for years at a time, and it starts to look a little old, a little dated. Callier and Thompson can take care of that and make your house look exactly like you would want it to look. Their showroom has more than 10,000 square feet with displays to give you all kinds of ideas on what to do. Callier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin. It's next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
There it is. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. We welcome you to participate in the program by calling and texting in or our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over, Doug. Those friends include Tiny Pee-Pee, the Pope, Cucky the Dwarf, and Paulie Baroni.
Paulie Baroni. Okay.
Did you see the numbers for the Blues and Jets game on television? Take a listen to this from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. The numbers were the following. 8.5% of the St. Louis market tuned in on FanDuel. You could hear John Kelly and Jamie Rivers of the Fast Lane. And 5.6% tuned in on TBS, so a combined figure of 14.1. Per the Post-Dispatch, that is believed to be the highest rating any program shown in St. Louis has drawn since the Super Bowl, and it was the Blues' top-rated game since they beat Boston in Game 7 of the 2019 Stanley Cup Final. That telecast drew a 41.8 rating. How about that?
Wow. That's nice.
The game Sunday was the most watched Blues first-round contest since Game 7 in 2016, their 3-2 victory over Chicago. Troy Brouwer, the goal.
Well, it was a perfect time. The schedule was perfect. Early Sunday evening was perfect.
Yeah.
Nothing else really going on. Nobody out and about. And I don't know how you could watch it and not be entertained by that. You wouldn't even have to be a diehard hockey or sports fan. The entertainment value is unmistakable. It was just... You couldn't take your eye off it from the drop of the first puck to the end.
Here's some alarming information. From the time overtime began, approximately 8:50 p.m., until Adam Lowry scored shortly after 10 o'clock to sink the Blues, FanDuel's rating was 9.9, TBS's was 6.9. That combined 16.8-figure rivals what the St. Louis ratings are for Chiefs regular season games.
No, jeez.
Jackson just had a little vomit come up. I saw it.
Gross.
Well, you're bad as a hornet over there.
It gets me all fired up.
Because people are watching the Chiefs?
Do what you want. Do what you want.
That was dismissive.
You can watch the Chiefs without being like a Chiefs fan. Like, you just throw the game on. It's Sunday in America. You watch football. So I shouldn't be scoffing.
Mm-hmm. So are you issuing an apology?
No. But just correcting myself in real time.
But that's it. That's what we do on
Right.
Sundays in this country. We sit and watch football.
Right.
And if the Chiefs are on every week, that's who you watch.
Right.
And then when they're on every week and they're good, you start to get more invested in it and you want to watch every week then.
Not to mention that red zone is pricey. And obviously it's the premier way to watch NFL football, but it's pricey. So
Now, why is that the premier way?
Red zone?
If you had a team that you were really dedicated
That's
to,
different.
you wouldn't need
Yeah,
it.
that's different. Like when the Rams were here, I never watched Red Zone because I was watching one game and one game only. But now that they've since moved and fantasy football or sports gambling is a bigger part of my life, I Red Zone to me is like pretty incredible.
Yeah. All right, then. I used to get it. I don't get it anymore.
Yeah, it's all through YouTube TV now.
Okay.
At least the Sunday ticket packages.
Doug, The Athletic has released its NHL Power Rankings.
The NHL Power. The season's not over yet.
Right, but the Blues are still number 3.
No.
What difference would it make? We're settling what the power rankings are right now with the playoffs.
But do you want to guess where the Blues are?
Okay. They'd be maybe 10 or 11.
We'll pick.
10.
Yes! So you've read the column?
I haven't, no.
The Blues are 10. They're 1.6 seconds away, I guess, from being 7, because that's where Winnipeg is.
Right.
Yeah, that's the difference.
The Blues 10, and here is what the column says. Last week they were 10. This week they are 10. Why this time was not different. Jim Montgomery, for better in many cases, but also worse in one crucial one. The 2024-2025 Blues under Montgomery were a miracle. An elite tour de force that won games in dominant fashion. Proof that they had the talent all along. They just needed the right man behind the bench leading it. What Montgomery got out of this group this season was pure magic. Within that, though, there was one fatal flaw. Whatever the hell he's telling them to do when the other net's empty. Under Montgomery, the Blues allowed 18 goals against per 60, with the other team's net empty during the regular season, the second worst mark in the league. The 2023-2024 Bruins were also a bottom 5 team in that regard, and we all remember how the 2022-2023 season ended for the Bruins in Game 7 as well. That all came to a head in the dying minutes of Game 7. The Blues were up 3-1 with less than 2 minutes ago. The Jets had their net empty, and the rest is NHL history.
Huh.
I didn't know that little Bruins stat.
No, but I think this guy's just making up his list and then typing out something to justify it. Because you start with you start with the 16 teams that got in the playoffs, right? And you take the best records and you put them at the top of the list. And you put the teams that barely got in, you put them at the bottom of the list. Then you adjust slightly based on how they play.
This was written by Sean Gentile.
Yeah. What do you got against him?
Okay.
Dom. Whoa.
Well, they're making something up. It's a subjective list.
Tim, look at that Dom's last name on this Athletic article and see if you can take a stab at pronouncing.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I've never seen so many...
Lucian.
I've never seen so many Z's, Y's, and Z's together.
Is it Dom Zimchinski?
Just go with Zimchinski.
I will say,
the worst spelled name ever.
Doug, to your credit, the top 8 teams in the power rankings are in the playoffs right now.
Imagine that.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, how could they not be?
It'd be great if you ranked a team that is not in anymore. Number 2.
So number 1, we're supposed to guess who's number 1 now?
Yes.
How about the Stars?
No.
No, of course not. How about the Capitals?
No.
No, hell no.
They're in a 1-1 series.
How about
after a nice Jim Dandy of an empty
How
netter
about the
themselves.
Maple Leafs?
That's correct.
Okay.
So you agree with Dom Lucian?
No, I don't give a rat's patoot what Don Lucism says.
9:45 in St. Louis. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. You can watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/TMA STL. This is the Morning After.
Post Malone, Doug.
Posty, I call him.
I know you do.
Is he top 5 hottest pop stars right now?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know on that. It's tough to...
He'd be up there, though, wouldn't
For
he?
males, yeah. I'd probably say in the top 5.
Taylor Swift still number 1?
10. Yeah, I mean, it's so cyclical, you know. Like, last fall, Sabrina Carpenter was as big as anything, but it all goes in waves.
Okay.
It's a great song.
Doug, and then it fades on out.
It's just like that. It fades out.
TMA 101 ESPN. Watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. John Mozeliak talking it over with Katie Wu of The Athletic in a column this morning, talking about how the Cardinals are going to have to make some decisions here. The 19-19 record has them in striking distance. The NL Central, just 3 games behind the Cubs. Multiple players have taken several encouraging steps, including Brendan Donovan, Victor Scott, and Matthew Liberatore. Still, the 25 season is 6 weeks old. It's too early to draw definitive conclusions about the Cardinals from either a team or an individual player standpoint. Throughout the offseason, John Mozeliak reiterated that the Cardinals would be undergoing a transition season, granting playing time and opportunities to an array of the organization's young or up-and-coming players would be the priority. It's why the organization was mostly inactive in the free agent market. The use of the word mostly is, again, a tip of the cap to Michael Hellman.
Yeah, we got the infielder.
And why the majority of their traction in the trade market involved the idea of offloading key players, not acquiring them. But Mozeliak never advertised a tanking season, and he went to great lengths to avoid using any reference to the term rebuild. So this is what Mozeliak said in an interview with The Athletic and Katie Wu. Quote, right now we're trying to straddle that fence between balancing runway and results. By mid-June, there might be a fork in the road for us, but at this point, we can at least provide ourselves that opportunity to try to do both. In other words, allow the next several weeks to answer that question. So they're going to continue to try to get playing time for Jordan Walker, despite the fact that offensively it isn't there at the moment and hasn't been, and Nolan Gorman, despite the fact that it hasn't been there for him either. So they are going to try to walk the line of getting these guys, the term that is now a main portion of St. Louis sports fans' lexicon, and that is runway, all while trying to stick in the National League Central Division race.
Runway. And we can't just say
playing time.
Get playing time. It's got to be runway. Okay, I think it's too early to do anything. I think you wait another month. Because the starting pitching has been surprisingly good.
That's what he said they're going to do.
Yeah. It's been surprisingly good how well their starting pitching has gone. And if it continues, you're going to be in contention probably all year. If they continue to get the starting pitching they have and get some of the bullpen figured out, then they have every reason to think they could be a contender in this division.
Mozeliak said Jordan Walker, from a defensive standpoint, has made major strides. From an offensive standpoint, you still want to see more consistency. Throw in Nolan Gorman. We were challenged to try to find him at bats early on, but I think we've navigated that a little bit better, and I hope he makes the most of it.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't. He's hitting 182 and still striking out way too often.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you are going to be a team that's going to try to be in contention, how long you have that bat in your lineup. I don't know how long you can go.
Walker has looked a lot better defensively, to his credit. Obviously, offense still waiting on that, but he has made strides defensively.
Mozeliak said, we're trying to win out here. We did state we're going to be patient, and so we are. But there are some strategic things that these young men need to be doing to start showing they're making those changes. We cannot continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. Yes, they are going to be given a long opportunity to try to get themselves where they need to be, but it's not infinite.
I think he's looking right at Walker and Gorman.
That's right.
I think it's more so Gorman. I think with Walker.
Walker's hitting 196 himself.
I know.
With not much power, 2 home runs.
I'm just saying, if you let go of Jordan Walker, he will go out and flourish somewhere else. And then the same people are going to be complaining that they let go of him.
I know. But that's what makes being a GM so hard.
I know. Yeah, you're right.
How long do you go before you say, well, it's not working?
Right. I mean, his bat speed is in the 99th percentile of Major League Baseball. If he could just get the barrel on it, which he does not do, that's in the bottom 2%.
What happens if the next year or 2 years roll around and he's still this kind of hitter?
Yeah, right. Then at that point. But even then, I don't know, man.
At some point, you have to put, if you're going to contend, you have to put someone in who produces. At some point, you have to. Just finding that point is the tough part.
Lex Luthor writes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Walk the Line, Joaquin Phoenix and Reese Witherspoon, 2005.
Okay, stop saying
Pretty
that.
good movie. Same guy who made the Bob Dylan movie.
Don't let this guy knock us off course.
Same guy who made the Bob Dylan movie made Walk the Line, James Mangold. So, pretty good.
We were good before.
They really sang in them.
I don't know.
Yeah, what a tribute to Joaquin and Reese.
Yeah.
Reese is going to join us next Wednesday in studio.
Gosh. We were so close to being a sports show. So we just kind of dipped our beak into it.
Your takes weren't hot enough. Fire. You want
and
someone?
Lex Luthor decided
Yeah, seriously. Someone's got to step in.
He's wanted to talk Walk the Line. And the irony of the whole thing, it makes me wonder if he was in me chambers, because as I was driving me boys home yesterday, they really enjoy Folsom Prison Blues.
Oh, yeah. It's a great song.
And I don't know how we got into it. Oh, my son is jarred by the line, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die.
Oh.
And he wanted me to explain that to him. And didn't really have a great answer. I said, but there's a movie about Johnny Cash. And he said, oh, can we watch it fresh off Good Will Hunting?
Yeah.
And I said, sure, we can do a little Walk the Line.
Yeah,
I watched a little Walk the Line last night, so I'm starting to wonder if Lex Luthor is my 7-year-old son. That's what I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah, I can see that.
Reese Witherspoon, by the way, formerly married to someone named Jim Toth, who we had in the program.
The Winnipeg Sports Talk host?
This is a former talent agent, but
who
same
then
name.
got into Winnipeg Sports Talk Radio because it was more lucrative.
Not sure. Yeah, I think, he moved on from major talent representation to sports talk in Manitoba.
That has to pay a fortune.
But married to Reese Witherspoon. Look at that, full circle.
Yeah. She was a breadwinner, I guess.
I don't know. It was just a talent agent make a lot of money.
I mean, if your wife was a big movie star making millions, you could sit here and do sports radio the rest of your life, couldn't you?
Right. As like a dog food fund.
Percy Blumpkin wants to know if talent agents are still a thing.
Of course.
Oh, I think they are, yeah.
Of course.
Not that we need them.
Brad asks Lex Luthor, how great is it to have Tim as your dad?
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't really find anything, I mean, again, my definition of inappropriate is certainly a little different than many, but there wasn't anything in Walk the Line.
Oh, no. I think it's PG-13.
Oh, is that right? It's
I
not
think
R?
so. I mean, there's some drug use in it, but it's like...
I think you see Jerry Lee Lewis's Shrubs early on if you pause.
Right, and that's, they really had to work with the Motion Picture Association there to get that through. I'm almost positive, though, it's, which I'm usually against a music biopic being PG-13.
And why is that? I didn't know that was a take.
Well, if it's like, if it's someone who had like a scandalous life, like a kind of R-rated life, and then you make it PG-13, I just think it doesn't do it justice. Like the...
what would your life be rated?
The Queen movie, Bohemian Rhapsody, was PG-13.
Is that right?
I thought that was lame. Yeah. Huh. They're scared that people won't go.
What do you think your life would be rated if it had a movie rating on it?
At this point?
Yeah, up until that Lee's Chicken Instagram post.
Yeah, it's probably been G. Now, yeah, maybe R.
You think it's R just because of that Instagram post?
Right, yeah. Probably.
Email in your thoughts. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today will be coming up at the tail end of our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. Martin had to leave a little earlier than normal for onboarding, except onboarding today was an interview with Alexander Steen for the 2 Fox. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Taking a look around the NHL playoffs. The Capitals defeat the Hurricanes 3-1 last evening, giving it's a series is tied at a game apiece, while the Oilers defeat the Golden Knights in overtime last night. Edmonton now has a 2-0 series lead over VGK. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at Wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Mama, like it when you do my laundry. Special laundry? No, not me. This is a song for all the mothers out there. Oh, yeah. Mama, love it when you cook mac and cheese. It tastes so good. Especially when you don't burn it like you used to all the time.
This is kind of beautiful.
Cookies are really good, but
I know, it sounds like they recorded in a shoebox.
now. Wallet is empty and need some cash to get some gas. Happy Mother's Day, it's a day for all the mothers to make them feel special. Happy Mother's Day, it's a day for all the mothers.
Like what a beautiful Mother's Day song.
I can't understand a word the gentleman's singing.
You have a problem with the mix?
It's just, it wasn't very clear, and then it ended just as quickly as it came.
Janet's not a fan of the show.
Oh, no.
That's kind of a surprise. Thank heavens for your guess. Otherwise, your show is boring and rather disgusting. Just because some of your perverted listeners text in that stupid stuff about men's nipples. Do we read a lot of men's nipples?
I don't think so.
Not nearly enough.
Doesn't mean you have to read it. Doug, you need, when you see the men's nipples texts.
I don't read them.
I would like you to maybe hold back.
Okay.
That's from Janet, who is anti-Charlotte, North Carolina, if memory serves. Mm-hmm. I don't recall the reasoning. I just know that she's not a fan of Charlotte, North Carolina. You can take it out on the Bobcats at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. You're also welcome to call in.
There's been very little nipple chatter, if any.
974-0101. Oakville Hoosier asks, is this Andy Strickland? That didn't sound like Andy Strickland.
I think. I didn't recognize that.
Doug, I was listening to Jim Montgomery on the Fast Lane yesterday. There was some really good conversation. Tip of the cap to the boys on the Fast Lane and the Blues head coach for the conversation. I thought, sent Jackson the link to the interview last night, and I said, I liked this part in particular here, and I think those who didn't get a chance to hear it on the Fast Lane yesterday, this is something that's a nice little kick in the backside for both the organization and our city.
I think the other thing that resonated was people that were new here, whether, Broberg, Holloway, and Fowler come to mind right away. And Joseph said this too, who is new this year, is how much they love this city, how much they love our fans, and the culture in the Blues organization of making people feel welcome by the players, by everybody involved, and how they're treated in the city is they can't. And Rivs, you know this, and I know this, but it's they fall in love with the city. They can't believe it's this good. And that is something that is really important to us as an organization.
How about that?
Okay. They love the city.
How about that?
That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
They love living there in Clayton. I guess where Sharon and Clayton says they all live.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I thought she just said she knew where they lived. I didn't think she announced that they were 63105.
Oh, I thought that's what she said. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sharon and Clayton will have to call in.
I guess that's where you'd want to live, right? You'd want to live in either an apartment there or buy a house there and be a few minutes from the rink.
I'm Tam Avenue through and through, so I don't know anything else.
You think a lot of the Blues players live on Tam Avenue?
I mean, if they could, they would.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe after the second contract.
They can't afford it. They can't afford to live in South City.
All that talk of downtown Lima a couple days ago had me thinking, maybe that could be a new spot.
Well, that'd be close also.
Places, get growth.
Makes a world of sense to me.
Yeah.
Take that, St. Charles. That's from Jock Hoare in the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat to you.
Why would St. Charles have to eat it? Because we're all the same place.
Feels like it,
yeah, that's where we live. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy.
Oh, okay. I thought that was from Sharon herself.
Is this the same lady who thinks that Mo not spending money is his idea and not the DeWitts? That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
Oh.
Janet's perspective is that John Mozeliak is telling the DeWitts not to spend money? Is that what?
She called in, I remember, because I cut it for Drops of the Week. There was something where it was either her or Lisa called in. They called in back to back. And Martin, told her that whatever her thought was lunacy. I think it was a direct quote. It really made me giggle. I can't tell if that was Janet or Lisa, but there was something along the lines of Mozeliak is the one choosing not to spend.
Guys, Holloway actually rents my 2-bedroom, 1-bath in Shrewsbury. That's from the River to Pear Yacht Captain.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Does he really?
I wonder if that's some kind of violation of the rental agreement.
2-bedroom, 1-bath.
Holloway went from Edmonton to Shrewsbury.
A natural progression.
I think that's probably where I would live if I was one of those guys.
Clayton?
One of those fancy, schmancy, high-rise apartment condo buildings.
Yeah, they're Brentwood. Somewhere centrally located like that.
Most of them live in Clayton Gardens. They're definitely 63105. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton.
Okay, yeah. See there?
Building now going
out. Let's see. Janet is just mad all the time. That's from the 314. Is that the case?
I don't know. I'm not positive.
I thought she had a wonderful take on Charlotte, North Carolina.
I thought so, too. And she's always welcome to call in on the Calgary and Thompson phone lines. But, we love all our listeners.
Monty is the first Blues coach who truly gets the city and talks about it all the time. I think it's because he played here and he married a local lady. It's as if the Blues have a local coach for the first time in their history. It's more personal to him and would make winning a cup with him behind the bench really special. That's from the 317. And I got to tell you, I think that's an outstanding text. I think there's a lot of truth to it. I don't know him. I have some of my close friends were close friends with him way before he was in the NHL coaching. I guess they got to know him when he was here playing. I think anytime a coach wins a cup in a market, he becomes, it's almost like he's canonized in that market. Craig Berube will forever be linked with St. Louis, even if he gets one in Toronto. Blues fans will view him as their own, although in the game, he will be viewed as the guy who brought the cup to Toronto because of the significance of that and that organization's issues over the last 5 decades. But I would say not only because of what the texter from the 317 doesn't have a name, and you only have 45 minutes left to get a name saved for the month of May, so you might want to take advantage of it. I would say because of that, in his clear connection, and he always makes reference to St. Louis and Blues and the tradition of the organization, I would say for him individually, think about the losses that we know of anyway, that he's endured as a coach. I mean, one of the greatest Blues moments was one of his worst in 2019. It gets cited. It was cited a little earlier with that Game 7 for the Bruins when he was the head coach. And then, of course, what we experienced here on Sunday night. So you compound that with what he has experienced from the negative standpoint, I would imagine it would be incredibly euphoric. I mean, that look on Paul Maurice's face last year as he hoisted the chalice, and I believe he was screaming exuberant profanity, if memory serves, as he hoisted the cup.
It's the kind of reaction people have when they meet you for the first time on one of our live broadcasts.
You're gonging yourself, I notice.
Yeah.
It's a self-gong. That just like rejoice, like Ryan O'Reilly, effing rights. It would mean even more. I think this city, which is great, and fans of this organization love this guy, but I felt like they kind of loved him before they went on the run after the Four Nations. So it's not a byproduct of the success. I just think, when whether it be an audience or a region or a country falls in love with somebody, I think oftentimes it's because of A, authenticity, and B, because they can see a lot of themselves in that person. And I think a lot of people can relate to Jim Montgomery with the way that he talks. There's a sense of humor. I think the guys in the room really appreciate that, but there's also some accountability. I mean, he had accountability for that debacle. And there's that. And I don't have a doubt in my mind, as a guy who hosts a show, but also as a fan of the team, that will be a top priority to tend to this season. And that is the 6-on-5 debacle.
Yeah, you can't help but like him when you hear him speak, and you can tell the players love him. I think there have been some other coaches. I think Joe Torre was kind of like that with the Cardinals. He had some bad teams, but he was such a likable guy that you couldn't help but really pull for him and know that he was a great manager, just stuck with some bad players. Proved that in New York. And there have been others.
Whitey.
Yeah, Whitey was that way. Yeah, and Berube was that way, too.
Yeah.
They may not have had the local connection that Montgomery has. But it's felt like the right fit right from day one with Montgomery. Like, this was the guy that's supposed to be the Blues coach.
Linehan.
Spags.
Well, what can we say about Linehan? Ah, yes, Linny. Well, he tried.
Spags.
He gave it everything he had.
Spags was woven into the thread of this community.
It's two guys getting their first chances as an NFL head coach, and it looked like that wasn't where they were best suited.
Right.
Monty and Schertz are similar in a lot of ways. That's from Kwame Voyoukas the fourth.
I think Schertz has done a really good job of entrenching himself.
Well, I think what I would say, because some people might be like, what the hell is he talking about? And obviously, with the name Kwame Voyoukas the fourth, tied back to, of course, the great Ian Voyoukas.
Don't you rebuke us. Stay with the Billikens.
That's Jimmy the Cat Hayes theme song for the Billikens when Ian Voyoukas was part of the team. He's a Billikens fan. But I would tell you this, and here's maybe one of the subconscious elements of it. Jim Montgomery doesn't want to be anywhere else other than St. Louis. And Doug, how about this? I'm going to do it. Fine. Full stop.
You did full stop?
I did full stop. Like I'm tweeting.
Okay.
Like I'm tweeting verbally at you.
Well, that does seem to be the case. If it isn't, he's playing the role pretty well.
And I think that might have been the case even when he was with the Bruins. Secondly, Josh Schertz, I realize getting the Billikens to the level of being one of the, final few teams playing in college basketball certainly would be a much more substantial accomplishment. But he just strikes me as a guy that even if he had ridiculous success, isn't going to be like, oh, good, now I can get to take your pick of whatever the next step would be. I might be wrong, and I don't fault anybody for ambition, but I think there is a genuine nature about the both of them, and in particular in this market, not to say St. Louis is unique in this respect, but I don't know if it would necessarily resonate in L.A., It's not a shot at L.A. It's just a different kind of market, certainly a transient place where other values can get a higher placement than some that I'm talking about here. I think that resonates with the fan base, and that's why people buy in.
Yeah, a coach's personality has got a lot to do with his success, I think, because there's a lot of people that know the game. There's a lot of people that know it. We're not talking about splitting atoms here. There's people that know the game, but if you're someone that can relate to the players and get the fan base on your side and get the media largely on your side, it makes a huge difference. And Montgomery has certainly done all of that.
St. Louis seems like a very Canadian-like city. That's from Stepdad Gary.
Now, why would that be?
People are tired of the cat and his New York values.
Charlie Marlowe, AI.
What is it about St. Louis that makes it seem Canadian? I don't get that.
Politeness.
In certain areas of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Certain areas about as impolite as it gets anywhere in the country.
You doing a live read?
French fries and gravy, sir?
I don't know. Maybe. I was in Toronto. Didn't feel any different than any American city, really.
Because it reminded you of St. Louis.
It didn't really. It's much bigger.
St. Louis North.
It's much, much bigger. But it still felt like you're in the United States.
What's cooler, the CN Tower or the Arch?
Nice question.
Arch.
Yeah, that boy.
Anyone can build just a building, just a tower.
Right. Space Needle ripoff.
No one's ever tried to build another arch. Would you be upset if some other city built an arch a little taller than ours? Like 631 feet?
Guess I'd be angry as a hornet.
Which city?
Would it matter?
Like if it was like Omaha, that would kind of sting.
Yeah, it would.
Guys, I think Joel Quinville lived in Spanish Lake. That's from Craig Paquette's burner.
Doubtful.
You don't think so?
No.
He's going to
Central
Anaheim.
Corridor all the way.
Jackson says it's the most, irrelevant franchise?
I just don't know how much their interest. Doug, though, he was there, and he said the barn was rocking.
It was just like here. Yeah, they love it.
I just think there's
That really is surprising to hear.
It was packed and a team going nowhere.
Yeah.
Meaningless game.
Like LA is full of secondary teams: Angels, Clippers, Ducks. I kind of feel like, and Chargers actually now. And I just don't know how much interest there is in that. You know, like if you're growing up in LA, it's like, oh, I'll be a Clippers fan. Like I just I respect it if you do. You know,
we talked about it a week or two ago when the story came out that attendance was at record levels in the NHL.
No doubt.
How they sold like 97% of all tickets this year.
Yeah. I was wrong on the Ducks.
It's growing.
Doug, how about Vern Rapp? That's from Car Wash Dave.
Vern Rapp had some rough times. He was, it was a bad call to have Vern Rapp. In football, Cardinals had a guy named Bob Holloway, head coach for a year or two, and he was so hung up on some of the minor details. They say he used to measure guys' socks to make sure that they were just the right length between the
priorities
end of the pants and the shoes.
And this was the head coach.
Uh-huh.
Kind of get a vibe. That's a nice foot. I think I'll suck on it.
Maybe that's what it was all about. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, well, you're kind of bordering then on kink shaming, and that's obviously going to be problematic. It's 10:22 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Email in for our design air, heating, and cooling email today. Comes your way at approximately 10:50 the morning after at Inside STL. .com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, locally owned, locally operated for decades in the St. Louis area. If you are in the flooring market, Michael will take wonderful care of you like he has taken care of so many St. Louis area residents over the last 30 plus years. The website is igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. And you can go online and right now you can get 3 samples from Proximity Mills. How about that offer? You can find floors, see in 1, find a floor, 2, see in your room, 3, choose your samples, 4, get a quote. Again, go online for more details at igotfloored.com. 3 St. Louis area locations to serve you. Very easy to get to. Creve Coeur, Garden Prairie, and St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring. And they are online at igotfloored.com.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Croup. And Doug, we had a Jim Dandy out west last night. Late, certainly. This one in Las Vegas. VGK fighting. Didn't want to lose the first two at home. And with 8 minutes left, here come the Golden Knights. Jackson hates their sweaters, by the way.
Yeah, especially those ones that were wearing last night.
Oh, come on.
But here's former Edmonton Oiler himself, Alex Pietrangelo.
Back to Pietrangelo. Wrist shot. We're tied!
That was with 8 minutes left.
Okay.
And the game would go to overtime. And how do you do, Alberta?
I'm fine, but Petro not so much.
Squeezes it down the right wing boards. Bouchard recovers. All the way around to Perry. Skates to stick. Here's McDavid. Working past Eichel. McDavid holds. Draisaitl. Scores! McDavid and Draisaitl combine for the game winner. Edmonton wins it in overtime. And they have the 2 games to none advantage in the best of 7.
And with that, VGK is in quite a spot as they head to Edmonton. If you like an underdog play, and Bernie Federko gave us the Panthers yesterday. The Panthers are plus 178 as they're fighting for their lives against the Leafs. The Winnipeg Jets are plus 280 in that series, so you almost get 3-1 on your money. The Jets will have to win a game in Dallas after losing game 1 in Winnipeg. The Caps and Hurricanes now tied at 1 apiece. And if you like VGK to come back, you're going to get close to 4-1 on your money on that one, as Vegas now down 2-0 as they go on the road after losing both at home. Boy, I would have loved a little Edmonton Blues Western Conference final.
That McDavid, he got the Blues once late, too, didn't he? Towards the end of the season? Didn't he make a great pass or a great shot to beat him? He's the best going right now. And that's a powerful weapon when you got him and another guy in Draisaitl right there. They're going to be a tough team to beat. I don't know how many teams come back from down 2-0 when you lost the 2 at home. It's one thing if you're Winnipeg and or if you're the Blues and you lost the 2 on the road at Winnipeg. But to lose the 2 at home, that puts you in a really, really deep hole.
And we saw in 2019, the Blues did win the first 2 in Winnipeg and then lost the next 2. But were able to win in Winnipeg in Game 5 and then in St. Louis in Game 6. So your Stanley Cup odds with the games last night. The favorite now, the Edmonton Oilers at plus 300. The Stars plus 350. Leafs plus 450. The long shot of long shots, VGK, because they're down 2-0. Winnipeg only down 1-0, plus 1,400. It's interesting. It's not just in St. Louis. I think around hockey, there is a sense that Winnipeg is on fumes. And even though the Blues didn't win, I don't know if anybody takes any solace in the fact that they may have just taken so much out of Winnipeg that it's going to be incredibly difficult for them. Sure, Scheifele might be back, but what percentage of Scheifele is there versus where he was when they started that series?
Right. And despite losing the first 2 at home, the Golden Knights might be the bet to make if they're a big
plus 18. You like a little value play?
Yeah.
You want me to fire a bullet? You want me to fire a bullet for you right now? What are you putting down? 15K?
Yeah, at least
15K. At
least parlay that with the Celtics making a little comeback.
All right, Doug, you want the Celtics to win the NBA championship down 2-0?
Well, that's probably where you might make some money. I don't think either one's going to come back and win, but if you're talking about a way
to make 18-1
to make some money, that'd probably be it. 2 dominant teams during the regular season and lost close games that could have gone either way.
Yep.
It's not like they've fallen apart now.
Right.
They're still right there. So if they were to both go on and win the next 4, it wouldn't just stun you.
Right. Celtics are still the second most likely team to win the NBA championship this year. They are plus 400. Your favorite? Oklahoma City, plus 130. Okay. That's a substantial favorite, by the way.
They've won 68 games in the regular season. It's tough to deny that, despite the lack of playoff experience.
They don't seem to get a whole lot of national attention. Could have something to do with playing in Oklahoma City.
Certainly, really young. Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is their best player, and he's an MVP candidate and awesome. But if you're a casual NBA fan, you've probably only started hearing about him over the last year or 2. So it's not like they have a superstar by any means.
Another nickname without an S at the end. We were talking about that yesterday.
You're right. Yep.
That's an important thing.
Nice hockey talk. Then this guy has to throw in some NBA banner. Come on, man!
Hey.
Cry.
You just told him to cry?
Yeah, go cry.
Nobody cares about the damn NBA. Knock it off. It's from the Veiled Prophet.
Okay. I like that play. Yeah, Celtics. Parlay that Celtics and VGK into just a little taste, a little fun little taste. I wouldn't touch like the Cavs or something because they're so injury riddled. And the Pacers seem to be like the team of destiny right now.
Short explanation. This is from Stepdad Gary.
Okay, what's up,
Gary? We're like a Canadian city.
Okay.
Short explanation. We're a big, small town with a generally nice population. There's an urban feel, but also a backwoods farm town feel, if that tickles your fancy. I say this with nothing but love for our city, and I think the hockey guys from Saskatoon and the like can relate to that vibe. That's from Stepdad Gary.
Well, there may be something to that.
But don't you think like every city that's comparable in size to St. Louis has elements like that? Like exactly what that text said. Like New York City and LA, no, but Pittsburgh, Cleveland,
probably
Cincinnati, all kind of have that.
So St. Louis is now market 24. Boy, I feel like every time I look at this, it's dropped.
Falling.
Portland, I would say, is different.
Yeah, a little different.
Let's see. Indianapolis.
Very similar.
Nashville.
Very.
Yeah. Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Salt Lake City.
Different.
Baltimore.
Different.
And that's because of Omar?
No, I think
Omar
Baltimore's
coming.
the same. Baltimore and St. Louis are a lot alike.
And San Diego, which is also
now there's the real. That's the
outlier.
The real colleague right there.
It's not an identical twin, more fraternal twin.
Right.
Email and Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way here in about 15 minutes. This program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, which is TMA STL. 5,890 subscribers. You can subscribe to the channel. Then you get to talk it over with Droid Effects, Chad, and the Chief. And old Too Fat to Kayaks, and they're talking with Tiny Pee-Pee, and he says St. Louis is Baltimore. And John Scores says, Jackson, you should give Doug a foot rub for his birthday.
I would.
No, you shouldn't. I'm fine.
Is that something that you're interested in?
No, I'm not really that interested in it. My feet are too ticklish for that.
I'm really ticklish as well.
The underside of my feet, I can't take it.
Well, then I would go out and see Dr. Brandon Pryor if you're not going to do that. Do something
keep his
delightful.
hands off your feet.
That would be delightful. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor. His offices for 100 West Dental are on Manchester in Baldwin. 100westdental.com. The technology that they have in that office, it just doesn't look like what you think of when you think of a dentist's office. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and then you book right then and there. No insurance for dental work? No problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a great offer going on right now for TMA listeners that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. But you can just get in there just by scheduling online at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. The show's The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. It's Teammate 101 ESPN. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in about 7 minutes. Doug, Rafael Devers isn't happy again.
I see that.
He's the DH. He spoke to members of the media, including Alex Spire of the Boston Globe. Devers said that Chief Baseball Officer Craig Breslow recently asked him about playing first base in the wake of the Tristan Casas injury. Did you see that happen as he...
I didn't see the injury happen,
crossed first base last week? He has been injury-plagued.
Did he roll his ankle?
Yeah, Achilles, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, gosh.
Am I right on that, Jackson? I'm crowdsourcing. That's not fair. I take it back. I don't want Jackson to answer because I crowdsourced.
Okay.
Who had the Achilles?
Darnell Coles.
Darnell Coles, yeah. And what a comeback.
Would you say what a comeback?
Mm-hmm. Oh, what a comeback. What a start by Luke.
Devers said he is willing to take up the position, adding that the club told him to put away his glove. He said he is unwilling to take up the position, adding that the club told him to put away his glove when they moved him from third base to DH this winter. He feels that the team has now gone back on its word. He also responded, "Si claro," when asked if he was upset by the request. Doug, as you know, I took Latin. Jackson, you did take Spanish.
It means yes, of course.
Yeah, I took Spanish and Latin.
He responded, "Si claro," when asked if he was upset by the request.
Si, yes.
Nice.
It means yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah, Doug's got it.
"I know I'm a ball player," he said via translator, "but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there. In break training, they talked to me and basically told me to put away my glove, that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. So right now, I just feel like it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another position." Devers added this about Breslow per Spire, quote, "I'm not certain what issue he has with me. He played ball, and I'd like to think he knows that changing positions like that isn't easy." Spire of Boston Globe relayed more. "Here in the clubhouse, thankfully, the relationship that I have with my teammates is great. I don't understand some of the decisions that the GM makes. Next thing you know, someone in the outfield gets hurt, and they're going to want me to play the outfield." As for the first base spot, Devers said, seems to think an external addition is the answer, per Christopher Smith of Mass Live. "Now I think they should do their job, essentially, and hit the market and look for another player to play first base. I'm not sure why they want me to be in between the way they have me now." Doug,
what a horrendous attitude. Can it get any worse than that? If I was the Red Sox, I'd do everything I could to trade this guy right now. He's in a 10-year, $313 million contract. He's going to make $27 million this year. And they want him to play first base? Oh, my God, what a horrible thing. I mean, could you be any more selfish than that?
So you like his can-do attitude?
I don't. Could you be any more selfish? As a teammate, how could you look him in the eye and say, yeah, I'm all with you? You couldn't. Trade him.
If Devers gets first base eligibility, he'll be the #1 hitter in fantasy. That's him, Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff. Is he on the Prime Ministers?
He's not. No one on the Prime Ministers is any good at all. I had a guy the other day give up 9 runs without getting an out.
Who was that?
The Cub reliever. They just left him in. Ryan Presley. 9 runs, no out.
Take your medicine, they said.
Mm-hmm.
Get some Orkin.
But this is horrendous. As a third baseman, you'd think first base would be a piece of cake for him. No, I'm not playing first base. You can't expect me to do it. No, we only pay you $27 million a year. How could we expect you to do much of anything?
Well, Doug, I think all this means is Nolan Arenado is on his way to Boston after all. Hello again, everybody.
To be the first baseman?
Could be.
I'm serious. If I were the Red Sox, I'd try to trade Devers as fast as I could.
Would you like him here in St. Louis?
No. Not with that attitude. Because what happens if something happens? You want me to play every position. Did anybody say every position? Did they say catcher, shortstop, second base, center field? No. They said perhaps as a third baseman you can handle first base, which he should be able to do. No, not doing it. I'm too selfish. Don't you realize the game is all about me?
And he's making the league minimum, you said?
He's making $27 million this year.
Okay,
he's got a $313 million contract. He gives all players a bad rap. Bad reputation.
Red Sox are 20-19 for the record. Their offense is pretty damn good.
But how did it ever come to that when players have that kind of attitude?
Wasn't that kind of Musial's approach?
No, absolutely not. He went and asked for a pay cut one year when he had a bad year.
And that's what Devers did?
No. I mean, how did it come to this? How could you be this selfish and self-absorbed that no, last thing I'm going to do is help my team. I'm all about me. I don't get it. I don't get it. And they put up with it. They keep putting up with it and rewarding it with $313 million contracts. And no one will do a thing to them.
What if the Devers edition takes the Cardinals from a series win to a sweep, Doug?
Ooh, that won't matter.
Wow.
It only matters the number of wins you get, not series.
Bingo, Doug. Let him have it. That big baby. That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Next here on the Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals are back in action tonight, taking on the Washington Nationals. 5:45 p.m. is the first pitch on Apple TV. Eric Fetty on the mound. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. It's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Yeah. Morning. My erotic emails have fallen flat. I couldn't hit a bull in the butt with a bass fiddle. That's why I've decided to make Friday emails strictly about my hero, Timothy Michael McKernan. That was a good strike. That was like a tiger stare.
Yeah, I got every bit of that one.
When no one else can understand me, when everything I do is wrong, you give me hope and consolation. You give me strength to carry on. You're always there to lend a hand. In everything I do, that's the wonder of Tim. And when you smile, the world is brighter. You touch my heart, and you're a king. Your wisdom to me is worth a fortune.
Come on.
Your wisdom for me is everything.
All right, that's enough.
Doug, that's from Aiden, and the last name is Ches, like Ches Reavy?
Aiden Ches Reavy. He's new.
I fell in love at the urgent care on Lindbergh again. You, aged media man, off the clock, but still rocking the Eddie Bauer fleece vest in face of someone who once met Bo Hart at Men's Warehouse and won't shut up about it. You were holding a Vinny Favorito Glossy and a Post-Dispatch. God, you're old school. My kind of dangerous. Me, radio ad sales veteran with a compression sock tan line, wintergreen lifesavers in my breast pocket, and a laminated rate sheet for River City Rascals remnant spots. My idea of sexting is emailing you JPEGs of old Frank Cusimano headshots with "call me" typed over the chest in Comic Sans. My blood pressure feels like it's pumping in HD2, like that time TMA went live on YouTube and ended up broadcasting 180 minutes of a close-up of the door handle in the blue piss closet used to pretend was a studio upgrade. I followed you into the parking lot emotionally, not physically, and watched you speed off in a dented Acura with a KSDK 1997 intern reunion bumper sticker. My heart screamed, "He's the one," but my knees whispered, "We don't bend like that anymore."
Oh.
If you're reading this on air, know this. I may not be able to match your on-camera confidence, but I can get you a 30-second read on 590 The Fan during Thursday's 3 a.m. North County's Most Beautiful People segment, sponsored by O'Fallon Mulch. Let's do lunch at Cyberg's. I'll be the guy in the dungarees and a stained KTRS polo holding a folder labeled "Spec Spots That'll Change the Game." We're media men. Let's act like it. That's from Big Tank Del Vecchio. I want to talk to a decision maker.
Big Tank Del Vecchio would like to speak with a decision maker.
You meet him at an urgent care office?
No, I don't know him. I don't know the gentleman.
There's nothing sexual about a foot rub, quote unquote. What a sentence. Thanks, Dan Young. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin. Get a bucket of chicken and grease me up, Vaughn. It's time to start scouting the 2025 NFL draft pool.
Brian Henshin.
Doing a great job with the Colts.
I don't believe he covers the Colts.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where retired military servicemen feel free to drop in at any time and hold us accountable for the Mother's Day video posted to the TMA Instagram featuring a 27-year-old trash-stashed producer telling us how much he enjoys rubbing his mom's feet. In the history of TMA, there's a handful of moments that a producer would like to have back, like Plowsy revealing his mom had a nipple tattoo, Iggy revealing he once cucked his uncle, Willie joining the fan page as his burner account named Emily Rask using a photo of Paulina Gretzky, and Weezer's countless topless photos that he posted online. Not since Weezer defended himself with the line, "Yeah, I was topless. Haven't you ever been to a barbecue?" Have we heard a defense ring as hollow as "I like to give the offer, but I almost never go through with it." Libby Jack's lawyers clearly didn't want him on the stand trying to defend himself, but actually making it worse with lines like, "I don't think it's weird to rub my mom's feet," and "I don't get why it's creepy." When Libby Jack said, "I thought there would be at least some people who think it's normal, my immediate thought was of Buster Bluth from Arrested Development. My favorite part was how Libby Jack tried to claim the moral high ground by saying Marlon Brando was on his side. Yikes. I mean, nothing against his secret affair with the actor voiced the cartoon underdog, but Brando, not the guy I'd be hitching my wagon to argue my mommy foot rub fetish is not creepy, Doug. That's Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, what you got?
I'm going to vote with for Big Tank Del Vecchio, who would like to speak to a decision maker.
Yeah, I'm with you, Doug.
Big Tank Del Vecchio, back-to-back. Big move going into the weekend for Big Tank Del Vecchio. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt on vacation, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan. Vaughn celebrating a glorious birthday day. Doug, you got a wonderful day for your birthday.
Seems like it should be a national holiday.
I kind of agree with you. For Doug Vaughn on his birthday, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.